Sorry, now I just started the recording. So, hello everyone, Jack T Striker tapping in. So, my camera went off. I'll be back in a little bit. I thought I set everything up, but I kinda forgot. This one, I guess. So, okay. Good. So, as you can already see in the little background of my PC, you can already see the next product lining up. That will be probably the highlight of today's stream. As you always know, I always stream. Every Sunday you can see me, even if I'm sometimes not playing Magic or doing something for Magic. But alright. While it is gonna be the there is something wrong though. I did zoom. Why did it zoom out? Here. So, in any case, while it will be the highlight, we're not gonna start right away with it. As last time I promised, I was a little bit out of it, so I'm gonna pull it to the side for now. A little bit small here, but it's fine, because I said we're gonna open it soon. For now, what I really wanted to do is get back to the summary of the last product I opened. If everyone remembered, I did open a collector display, and what I got out of it in total in the end, after doing the additions and everything and setting it here in, it's 432. I paid 500 euros for that, so I did do a little bit minus, is what I thought, even though I had 5 searchfuls in it. But the thing is, the prices of the Final Fantasy products are increasing. I think the reasoning is, from what I saw from the videos and my other sources of information, is that the collector displays have been increasing in price incredibly. Like if you check here, Final Fantasy. So the normal displays, no, but the collector displays are just increasing terribly. Where is it? Here. So that's what I also wanted to show today. Like the products in generally are fucking crazy. So first of all, that a German collector displays cost 700 when the value you can get out of it is always less, since in a German one there is not no chocobos, just maybe some search words and all. That is already incredible. But now if you look for the English ones, it's going towards the 1000. This is just crazy. I think this is also the reason why Final Fantasy products are starting to increase, especially the rarer products, because after all, the collector displays is kind of more or less like the only place where you can get them nowadays, since all the local shops are starting to run out of it, or selling them for the same price by now. It's very, very saddening for players who started because of Final Fantasy Magic, and things where you actually get them are, how to say it, that hard to attain for them. I think they should think about a reprint of these things, just to make the prices a little bit acceptable for all of them. Like if you think about it from the beginning of when the set started, to think that it's just climbing and climbing is just crazy, very crazy. And the bundle, gift bundle too, I I think I saw it in because we can just go for it right now. We are analyzing anything anyways right now. Let me just check. Are they even here? Ah, yeah. So here are like the bundles from the Spider-Man set. Is that already? Ah, Edge of Eternities. Okay, interesting. Looks funny, that set from the artwork. It looks not funny. It looks cool. Well, anyways, here was the normal bundle. The price shouldn't also be alleviated. I don't see the fat bundle, but the fat bundle was, I think, going a little bit higher than this price. And if we are looking at it now, this is just crazy. The difference between those two, let's just check it real quick. So here, it is in German, but I'm gonna try to translate it to you guys. So the in it are 9 Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy play boosters, so 9 boosters we will have, 2 traditional foil card foils with extended artwork, 32 lands, 1 spin down, like 1 die, I think it was, dice, and well, the box in the end where you can have the cards, and 2 rules things. So let's compare that now with this spec. Alright, so here we will get 14 Magic for the Final Fantasy play booster, plus an collector booster, which means we will get 5 more boosters, plus 1 collector booster. The foils are the same, the 2 traditionals are the same, the dice is the same. The only difference is the view of the box and these kinda 5 boosters. And these 6 boosters, sorry, because we have the collector booster as well. If we're checking right now the Final Fantasy play booster, we can see that these 5 boosters would make 25, let's say 27 euros because of the 50 cents. We would be at 27.50, 28 euros. Increasing it should be at 100 euros. But the collector booster itself made it jump all the way up to 160 average. I don't think it's gonna stay there though. Like, it's crazy. Very crazy indeed, in my view. But whatever. I think I saw it here cheaper before the normal bundle, but I might be wrong. I was gonna keep Final Fantasy English set here. Oops. Yeah. It's funny that the collector display of Edge of Eternity is already not able to be ordered, but whatever. That's not the point of today's video. Let's go back to the focus. Yeah, so the prices are increasing very high. I mean, after considering it right now, it might actually be still a bit cheap, considering it has some extra packs and a collector display. But we'll see. Maybe it will be interesting. I got lucky though. I don't have to go for 160. I have to go for 140. So that will be like today's mission kinda. So here we are gonna can I just here create one new? Nice. Actually, if I duplicate it, yeah, and rename it into FF big bundle, nice, and this one into collector Yeah, the first one is the thing that I opened with Max, so I'm not sure if I have the sheet of it yet. I will check it later. Ah, yeah. Um, there was also one other thing I was about to say, but we'll keep that for later on. For in a bit. Exactly. So here is the things we had for now. Nice. Okay, this is looking good. So where should I? Here. So and let's oops put here destination 130 euros. All right, that's gonna be it. Before we start though, I do have to get my sleeves out, and then we are gonna start. So, all right, here we are. I got my sleeves ready. So, all right, here we are. Let's start it. Okay. Before the very last thing before we start opening this beautiful, incredible looking box, I wanted to showcase that my very first Twitch watcher won a Corey steel cutter in foil extended artwork, and I wanted to talk with him about how to get it, because before I promised him once I have my 1000 subscribers he would get this card. Now the issue is that another of my friends also has already challenged and won some things, and I thought it would be unfair if I kept things the way they were. So I thought of contacting him and giving him not giving him a chance, but telling him as he won, he could get it by having an interesting video with me, which I haven't been able to contact him anymore since then. And I'm the man of words, so should he ever contact me again, I will find a way to get him that card. But since he won it, and I'm really not someone that wants to steal cards from the others, but I cannot contact him, I don't see a reason to keep the a card forever for someone that's like not reacting or corresponding to anything, if you know what I mean. Like, you are my fans, and everyone that's active, I'm helpful for. But there are also gonna be some fans who are inactive, who are in a way supporting me but ghosting me in a way, and well, that's not something I like that much, these ghosting members. So that's why I'm saying everyone that got here and won something, I will be happy for. And those who want something and don't take it, I would wish to give from them to hear that they will not want it anymore, and and try to give give me the card, that would be very lovely. For example, if I do some giveaways and someone gets some Search for Sephiroth and spends it to me, oh, I would be very glad. For example, but if I didn't hear from them that they are they wanted pulling back from it, I will give you guys the chance to gain it. So for the so-called my very first follower in Twitch, I will give out the name real quick for a second. So for my dear friend Jumpy 2K6, you have got until next week Sunday to claim this card, to in any kind of way react to me. I mean, we have each other's Twitch chat still open, so if you contact me via there till next week Sunday, you will get this card. You will have to pay the shipping cost, but the rest is finished and it will be your card. If you don't claim this card by next week, I'll be giving everyone next week the chance to claim this card. What you have to do is you have to be a subscriber to my YouTube channel, a follower on my Twitch channel, and in my next Twitch video, write to me that you want to challenge me for the card. The first one of my viewers who writes to me will have the right to challenge me to a competition where he can gain the card. If the player that challenged me on that Sunday doesn't win, well, the next guy, the same cannot compete twice, though, not twice for that one, but he will get a chance in the future again, don't worry. So in any case, for those who are interested in joining in on this, or for those who are coming next Sunday, write to me you want to challenge me for the card, or just write to me in the Twitch channel. Hey, I'm here. No, actually, if you really want to challenge me for the card, you have to write me in the Twitch chat, yo, I want to challenge you for this card, and then you will have the right to fight me for the card. If you win whatever challenge we are coming up with, we are agreeing on, the card is yours. You will only be asked for the shipping price, since I'm not that known out yet and I don't have any income from it, and it would be hard for me to not only lose a card of this value but also the shipping. So for now, please keep in mind that you might have to pay the shipping price, but for the rest, it will be your card. If you lose, as I said, you will have more chances in the next video, but you will definitely have more chances for challenges. As said, there will be a big challenge where the one guessing who wins the next duel will, how do I say it, will also be able to gain packs. More information on that after my exam week. I will be publishing a video with everything you need to know about this. But anyways, this is the message I wanted to give out before I start today. So for everyone who is watching this video, please keep in mind you have a chance to win a foil extended artwork Cory Steel cutter by hoping that Jumpy doesn't write to me till the next week Sunday, and then, well, be free to challenge me to whatever you come in mind with. We will talk about it via the chat on how to do the rules. If it's something new I haven't played before, though, I am allowed to have some warm-ups and other things, a little bit of other rights. And if it's something like Magic, League of Legends, or Apex content wise, well, I'm free to start the moment you're online. So feel free to come and challenge me. I'm waiting for you guys. Alright. And with that being off the mind, let's start with something I've been waiting for since I bought this gift bundle. Let's open it! Alright, I don't wanna scratch the box too much, because maybe it would be something good to keep. There's an even easier way to do this. Let's go with the easier way, I guess. So this was the. I should maybe open OBS again. Here. For now. Here it is. This was the box. The good thing is I can still, in a way, close it down. So, and here it is. Oh well, the box itself is also quite foilish. Well, for now, let's keep that one. Then what we have here, we have either Bahamut or I think that was Ifrit. Well, I like dragons, and I know he's considered a dragon. Sorry for the Final Fantasy fans out there watching me that disregard my point that he is not a dragon. As a magic card, it is a dragon. I'm a magic player, not a Final Fantasy player, so I will go with the magic things. Very cool dragon, indeed. Alright. And the little deck box. It shows some cool stickers. So what do we have here? This might be a shield counter, this might be a death touch counter, a stun counter. Not sure what this counter is supposed to be for. The saga counters maybe, yeah. And here we have the +1 counters. Yeah, very nice. Right. The little bit I'm sad about though is when I saw that there was a life counter, I actually thought it would be something like, let me just show you. Let's see what we find. Here. That was what I was actually hoping for. It's been done like this. Well, when I saw that, and in the end it turned out to be this one. But still cool. We have for the number 1 the magic emblem, and for the 20 this time the jewel of a Final Fantasy. Very cool. So here we have the collector booster. I'm gonna open this as the last one. And here we have the lens. I'm gonna keep it like that for now. And here, well, let's check these out first, no? What will we have and what will we gain from it? Alright, let's go from the back. Oh, here are the lens, I guess. So let's get all the lens out first. So here are the lens in foil, I guess, the 16. And here we already had Kusha, Gnome Sorcerer. Akutcha. No? Huh? Kuya. Ah, oops, it is a genome sorcerer. Maybe that was my issue here. Whoopsie. But it's the another reprint, not this one. It's this one. What? 24 euros currently? This is crazy. If we take Germany out though, let's see, in English. 18 euros for this card. While the normal card was worthless here. In foil it's 2 euros there at least. And this one goes for 20. What the heck? So for today we can go for the 7-day average, but it's never gonna be selling like this. Like the normal one is gonna be that cheap, so Kuya. You wanna probably see the cards better this time since we already opened the pack, so I will be putting my mascot closer. So are we better to, yeah, now we can see the card. So we have the Genome Sorcerer. It is in art, it is in foil, and I personally would put it up for 10 euros. For now, we are gonna go with the average 21 euros. And here is the link for it. Right. Now we go for the second card. And the second card is gonna be Riku, Resourceful Guardian. Oh wait, Kuja had a back side where it's transformed to Kuya, Fate Defied. If a wizard you control would be dealt damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. Permanent or player deals double that damage instead. That's so creative. Huh, okay, interesting. Very interesting card. So, here we have our second card. Riku, Resourceful Guardian, a 3 mana, 2/3 human artificer. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature until the end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponent control. One tap, move a counter from target creature and opponent controls onto target creature you control. The move counters from enemies to you is quite funny. Alright, let's check her out. It's Riku. So here is the card, and in foil. Oh! Now this one is definitely credible in comparison. Why do I think this one is more credible? Because the card itself already had quite a good value. So Riku, resource. All right. Very, very nice indeed. Alright, let's start off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Huh? 9 play boosters? Wasn't it 9, 14 card magic? Okay, so it's just 9 and display in comparison to the other one. So the only difference is the collector booster that is in this display. I'm sorry, I have to take it back. So it's not 9, so not extra one. So it's just that from Final Fantasy 14. isn't generally, aren't there different things? Well, in any case, let's check them out, right? We have a swamp. Ooh, Dolvin's V2. This one can be counter-target non-creature spell. Let's put this here for now. What? Oh, I opened it the wrong way, that's why. Whoops. Well, here are the uncommon and rare. Else, do we have a sit? No, we can check the luck call, because I saw him having an interesting price in itself. But yeah, token to the side. That was the first pack. I opened it wrongly. Sorry for that. So we have to put out the file one. So this one is not worth much. Thought it was, but I was wrong, I guess. Summon Titan. So this one, okay, now we do go back to the German guys. So the average is 122. Let's put in the 122, I guess. And then we have Darwin's Veto. Darwin's Veto, whoops. Sadly not in foil. And it's below 1 euro, so we're not gonna put it up in. Very weak beginner one. Beginner pack. However, that doesn't mean it has to be the end. So, the second pack. 1, 2, 3. Red Mage Rapier. Bard Bow. Kutrub Foyer. Why am I checking it? Because there might be some uncommons worth something. The commons, not really. Like even the Black Mage Road has been decreased from value lately. But there might be a little chance for a sit. Okay, and our rare is Aerith Gainsborough. Aerith. $135. Oh, we forgot to have the. Was it 135? 35. The link for the Summon Titan. Let's go back for the Summon Titan. So you guys can check it yourself afterwards, if necessary. So, what else will we get from the booster? Master Xande. Or the other one was will I find it with Master Xande? Nope. Sadly not. Then yeah, there we have him. Oh, 1 euro. Here I will write to him Master Xandedo, because it's easier to copy that one. But it has a very beautiful artwork. Alright, and the next card is gonna be just a foil card from the pack. Iron Giant, probably not worth much. And the last card is another foil card. But well, probably not worth all too much. Alright, the next pack. One, two, three, four. No, let's just check it normally, I guess. Sabotender, Summon Fat Chocobo, Rain's Treasury, Dragon's Rhythm, Blitzball, Lunatic Pandora, and here we go for the uncommons now. Uncommon number 1, Zidane, Tantalus Thief, Tonberry, a Torgal, Pupu UFO, and now we're gonna go for the rares. The very first rare, or maybe the only rare of this pack, is gonna be Jill, Shiva's Dominant. I think she has been pretty cheap so far. Yeah, not worth putting up. The next card is gonna be a foil and a LED. And a very beautiful hero Moogle token. Alright. Since she wasn't worth all that much. Actually, that in a way it should be true. Let's leave the cards and put them to the side afterwards. At least the ones that are worth something, right? Very nice. Alright. We are, I would say, about halfway through. We opened our 4th pack now. So yeah, about halfway through. So, Warrior Swords, Giant Toad, You're Not Alone. Yeah, all these commons are gone. And now we go to the uncommons. There is the Meg Pixie, Ambrosia Whiteheart, Coliseum Behemoth, and our very rare of the set is Golbus, Crystal Collector. And he is sadly worth nothing. You can go back to chill Golbus. The next card is gonna be Squall Leonhard, Dianta. Wait. Danita, probably it was, right? Yeah, there we have him. He is sadly worth as well nothing. Then we have foil Quina and a mountain. Oh. Well, this is not looking good. We are about halfway through and we still haven't really gotten the money back. Not that many good pulls of this gift bundle. Well then, let's go for the next pack. So I will be getting the comments out first. Finally another Black Mage Throat, but that's about it. I will put that one to the side though, because I'm actually trying to build some deck for it. Magitex Armor, Redra's Return, Ultros are the uncommons, and the rare is gonna be Genova. Sadly also worth nothing. And what happened with all the play boosters? Oh, we have a second rare. It's Kane, but in cool reprint. This one is worth something. Yay! We are at 180 with him. Very nice. Kane. Try to Ruse Dragoon. Alright, what else do we get? Tidus, Blitzball Star. Whenever an effect you control enters, put a +1 counter on Tidus. Whenever Tidus attacks, tap target creature in opponent controls. Interesting card, but I don't think he will be worth much. So, to the side, we have a beautiful dual land and something that might actually be worth than any rares we got so far, the Bahamut art card. Well then, but this fight bundle has to win without these art cards, so let's hope that we'll get something to help us out. So the uncommons out for now. The comments, I mean. Not much. So then we have Tidus again, Reno, the Sandworm, and now we go into the rares. Hey, you shouldn't. So our rare is gonna be the Fire Crystal, and I'm pretty sure that that one is worth quite a bit. Creatures you control have haste as well. Wow, that's such a good card. The Fire Crystal. Why did I write fire? Gotta change that right back. Oh, we are at $3. Watching at $3. Well, that is something I like to see. Right. Very, very nice indeed. And we go to the next card, I guess, right? What's it gonna be? It's gonna be a fatal push. It's another bug. Very nice. Then an foil, hacked ice and lance. Right, but this pack was not so bad. Gave us quite a little bit of money back. That's good in itself. Let's keep going. Don't let me down, my dear packs here. Alright, as always, the comments out first. Then we have 4 uncommons this pack. But nothing special I see here. Except, well, maybe Fang Fearless see, but the other versions are worth more. And then our rare is gonna be Firion, Wild Rose Varia. Firion. That one is worth something. Nice. Firion. Wild Rose Warrior. If I see him, I have to kind of think back to Game of Thrones and Jaime Lannister. But it is what it is. I'm happy to have you, Firion. Thank you for coming along. The next card is gonna be Sas Castroy in foil. And even in foil, not even worth a penny. Sas, what happened to you? Why does no one want you? And a foil planes. Alright, 2 more packs. And then we will go for our collector pack. So from the commons, really nothing special. Uncommons, we start with Adalbert Steiner, Choco Comet, and Sleep Magic. Alright. And the first, and Clash of the Acorns, and that is actually one that is worth some bucks. So let's get this one checked. I'm pretty sure it's worth something. Clash. Since it's also the special artwork. Oh, only the foil one, not the non-foil. Well, it is worth more than the average uncommons, but it's not worth to be put here. But well, what do we have here? We have a Balamp. Let's first check the price, or else I have to throw it out again. Oh wow. Oh wow. The prices of the things you can get from play boosters is saddening. Then we have an Omega Evolution version 2 in foil. Also worth nothing, I guess. Oh wow. A planes and a beautiful art card. And yeah. Last play booster pack. Damn, these play booster packs were saddening. Maybe I will get in the last one VVE to compensate for it. But we'll see about it. So, common, nothing really that interesting. Uncommons we have Quitus Treppe, Glorious Amcitia, Evil Reawakened, and Garland, Knight of Cornelia. Right, these were the uncommons. If we have 4, that probably means we will not get a Truth the Ages card, but we'll see about that. The Water Crystal is gonna be our first rare, if we get another one. The Water Crystal. And we are 260. Very nice. The next card is gonna be... This is what I was hoping for. This is it. Ah. Lightning. It's this version, I think. Yeah. Holy moly. Very nice card. And the price is being set here at 24.6. I will put it up for 25. That's gonna help us a lot. Or me at least. First strike, trample, lifelink. So many good stats. Very nice. Then we have a fire magic in foil. Not sure if it's worth much, but can check it in a bit for you guys. Since that was one of the uncommons to have an eye on. Worth putting up. Alright. And this, my dear friends, concludes the play booster. Now comes all you have been waiting for, the one and only collector booster of this pack. Let's hope So the Lightning Army 1 was a very very good card to help us out, but in the end, if the collector booster doesn't get its money worth it, then this bundle was maybe a bad purchase for me. We'll see. Well then, I will be putting the commons and uncommons out first. So commons were only 3 in foil, but always glad to have some. Uncommons were I like to summon Fenrir for myself. And the others were look quite nice, but nothing special. So, and the first rare is gonna be in foil. Sorry. Here, the first rare is gonna be Astrologian's Planisphere, and I do know that that one is worth something. There we are. $8. Yeah, I would put it up for 8, I'd say. Well, very good card to begin this all with. The next one is the Fire Crystal in Extended Art. Sadly non-foil. Still $5. 5.5. Right. Oh, there's gonna be an Ilfried. I can't protect myself from that, but here, first of all, Sin on and ding. $2. Well, at least something, I would say. All right. Next we have the legendary creature Clive, Ifrit's Dominant. Clive. Ifrit. Well, let's go. It's the special artwork though, and nice. Not looking all too bad. So, but will it be able to pull us up this pack? Still unsure to say. We are still nowhere near the 60. There were some great pulls though, don't get me wrong. We have the Truth the Ages card. That's gonna be a Lightning Bolt. Very, very nice indeed. And last but not least is an Ultima. Ah, no Chocobo, nothing else. Very saddening here. I was hoping for something. But well, Ultima is still Ultima. Let's be happy about that one, I guess. $5. Let's make here the total. No, actually, let's do the total here. $106.15. So we lost about 34 euros. Saddening. 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 But it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. And with that, I guess we finished opening the packs and everything. So I will put it into the YouTube video while we are at it real quick. And then, well, we are gonna go to the next program. So just a little second, my dear. Just all right. There we are. Okay. So, let's put this one. Actually, let's maybe get rid of it. So, what I wanted to talk about after this Final Fantasy one was TCGs. So, I'm not sure if I mentioned it in the last video, but I have been at a modern tournament for Magic, and because I had a buy there, I was able to learn one piece from someone there, which was quite interesting to know about. And the day I went to buy the gift bundle of this beautiful pack itself and all, I managed to meet or rather I made a little bit of an unpleasant experience there, a little bit, because when I went there for the, for the Magic event, I did play with some persons there, and the saddening part was that even though I was there with him, with some Magic players there, all of them left quite early. Like, the shop was open till 19 o'clock, and at 17 o'clock, all Magic players were gone. And I was like, okay, what do I do now? Because it was a bit too early for me to go home. But it was a bit too early to go home, but it was also quite late. It was, I think, 5 o'clock. So it was like 2 hours till the shop closes. And I'm like, what can I do, or what is possible to do and everything. I was like considering my options. That's when the group of persons were still there. We were chatting a bit, and I learned that they were playing Lorcana, and funnily speaking, today was even an event to how to learn Lorcana. So when I was there, I was like, well, might as well learn it. It doesn't come wrong. So that's why with the Lorcana, I'm finally able to have a little bit of showing and teaching example in a way. So with that in mind, let's get in today's video, or focus on, and it will be, oh wait, why do I have this? Yeah, that was the last one, but I think we already talked about that, so it's fine. All right. TCGs. Let's just start with Magic. So why am I looking for a board? I want pictures just to be able to explain it better. Alright, I think that's a good one. Or is this one better? Yeah, let's take this one. Yeah, this is a good one. So Magic has their own site where they teach it. Interesting. Alright. Let's get this one out, small like this, and so how will I explain it now? It is, you will see in a little bit, as I will make it really small. Alright, let's just go with this one. This card in itself. Yeah. So this is a Magic card. I mean, you are all Magic fans anyway, so in any case, I will make this a video for newcomers as well, where I can go through. So please don't mind me if I'm saying something you already know. So if we have this Magic board, I would say here on the bottom right is your library. That would be your graveyard. Here is the zone where you have your creatures. there is the zone where you have your lands. I'm pretty sure that that's where you have your life total, and this may be the spot for your commander if you're playing for commander. I mean, we are having quite a lot of things in front, so I will cover just the basics. So from a card, here we have the costs. There we have the rarity of the card, like common, uncommon, rare, mythic. Then the text box, then the types, and that's all more or less like you need to know about the card. So if you're going for costs, Magic the Gathering is per turn you can play one land. Land is the resources that you need to have to use your spells. And with that, you can start building your board. You can have as many creatures as you want. You can have as many permanents as you want. And also the next most important thing to know about it: everything in Magic that ain't on the board yet is a spell, or mostly a spell, except for lands. Lands are the only thing. So you have in Magic lands and spells, and if the spell after everything turned out to be an artifact, well, on the board it will be an artifact and not a spell anymore, but in your hand, in your deck, and sometimes even in exile, it will be a spell. Why is it so important? Because there are a lot of cards to interact with. There are restrictions though with speed, and I'm not gonna do a full tutorial on it, but now with these basic concepts in mind, I will give you the pros and cons of Magic the Gathering. So, one of the best things of Magic the Gathering, in my view, is that in comparison to all the other TCGs, Magic the Gathering has a lot of formats. The profit of it is that there is a format for the casual players that just want to play for fun and spend time playing their spells or their cards. There is a format for those who want to be competitive, where turns can end quite fast. And there are formats for those who, the casual player and the competitive player. I think that's about it, because there's in my view not really a difference about anything else anymore. Maybe you guys know some more types, but these are all the types I have in mind. And yeah, what I like about Magic is the because of these formats, you can hang out with people for fun and don't worry about winning. Just like that's I think the idealistic view of how of to play Commander. Commander is for me the casual format. Obviously there are brackets and everything which can be quite overwhelming for a newcomer. So if any of you guys are newcomers and want some review on that, leave me a comment and I will be sure to give you all the information that you need for those brackets and everything. But in general, what you want to know is the good thing about Magic the Gathering is with this casual format is you can go there as a newcomer and the more experienced ones will try to adapt to you. Well, this is one of the issues I actually had recently. I did play on a table and I felt like I didn't how do I say it? I didn't adapt corresponding, because there was one player there who just started Magic 2 weeks ago, and at least she was able to play the cards and do her turns normally, but she was still doing some mistakes, I gotta say. And I felt like maybe my decks from the second round on were a bit too powerful, which shouldn't shouldn't normally happen. So that's why you have the bracket system. Knowing that she had a precon, she was like bracket 1 or 2. I would even say 2 because bracket 1 is uh, the game is infinitely long and you don't, how to say it, have that much synergy in it. In precons you do have some synergy and no mana problems. And um in bracket 3 you already have good synergies, you have game changers, you don't have infinity combos, but you know what I mean. Like you can have whatever you want there in a way. So and that was like the little issue I had there. That I was playing my bracket 3 deck that I just nearly created because I really wanted to see how good it is comparing to the others. And on the third game, they even said that they wouldn't like to play against the deck anymore. I mean, after the third one, they left anyways. But that itself shows that they were very unsatisfied with the power balance, and that's like not really the how to say it, the deck you want to do. I mean, for me, it was also just to test out if the deck would work in a way, because it's always hard to test a bracket 3 deck with other bracket 3s if you're not sure if it works or not. Um, you're how to say it, you get rammed. And I mean, in the second game, where it's the first time I used my bracket 3 deck, was where uh I would say that I was actually able to get kicked out if a player wanted to do so. But he decided to not kick me out, and with that, I did somehow manage with some board wipes to turn it back and somehow won. So the second game was all quite barely, considering that he and her were like he upgraded his deck a bit from a normal deck to a Joda deck, but still wasn't um, that hard that equalized in power and everything, and that's what I felt wrong with. So um, to come back to the main topic is uh, normally experienced player can adapt well. I even have some precon decks that I just use to how to say it, match the other players that are new and want only to play on precon level, which is why I will never change that one precon deck that I got from Duskmorn. That's gonna be my precon deck, never changing any card there to say, oh, you're playing with a precon deck, not upgraded. Well, I'm gonna come with a precon deck myself. That way, I think it would feel more better for the future. And yeah, then for those who want to be more competitive in Magic, the modern format or some other formats exist as well. But I focus more on modern. That's why I only mentioned modern. Is where the games go faster. It's also focused on 1v1. Yeah, that's also one of the cons of Magic. Magic can be played with 4 players. In other games, or 3 players even in Commander, and the normal games in all the other TCGs are normally 1v1s. Like it's very hard to have like a 2v2 battle or so in other formats because you have to bend the rules quite a lot. There are not really that much example, which is what I like from Magic the Gathering. So while it is not really loved by other players, Magic the Gathering Commander also opens the availability for 5. Just a lot of Commander players say they wouldn't like to play as 5. 3 tables would be better than a 5 table, just because it becomes how to say it, a little bit too far too big of a map, so like you cannot really keep track of what's happening around everything and around you. And you also take way longer for you to get to a turn because there are now 5 players. Everyone wants to take a little bit of the time to think about how they play and want to do their turn. In any case, with the board and set everything up, that was like one of my cons is the format. The negative aspect from Magic would be it's quite a lot for a beginner. Like in comparison to any other game, the rules of Magic could be a book as big as Harry Potter, because in comparison to other games, Magic rarely changes the rules of how to do combat or how the game itself works, but it does change, like it does add new rules with new cards, for example, and the rules itself is like really big, as said. So for a player to, how to say it, really learn Magic, it's better by just playing out and getting to know the interactions. They can be quite confusing and overwhelming in itself, but I mean, not. It's normal that every TCG has some hard rules to learn. Like there are easier TCGs, but because they are easier, is what I think is what will make them lacking in the end. Because me being I don't say every TCG has to be as complex as Magic, but being able to be complex allows you for more options of how your game goes, and every type of player. Like there are those players that like to win by milling your deck into the graveyard. There are those who like to win by just casting instants and sorceries and not having a single creature. I said one of my commander games recently like that. So this is like the option. You can be whatever you want. There are so many options for you on how to play Magic, and that's kind of like the overwhelming and a little bit of a negative part. Being a bit too complex can make it a bit harder for newcomers. So the negative part is it is a bit hard for newcomers to learn Magic, but it's not impossible. And I would say, as it might be hard, but it's not impossible or very very hard, like tremendously annoying. And if we turn it around, if you know how to play Magic, every other game will be much easier, because next to how and what you want to play in Magic and how to think about your turn, you also always have to think about your resources. There are games, TCGs, that have no resources, but Magic itself does. And this makes this game harder, because you have to think about twice things, not about your plays, but also about your resources. Getting rid or misplaying on your resources can lead to quite troublesome results. Alright, I think that were like the major points about the plus and cons about Magic. For me, I mean, you could analyze the things and talk about things that are like very terrible of this game and some other where they are very good. But I think here we can have a little stop about Magic now and move to the different DCGs and go through like a little introduction of the game and what is good and bad about that. Alright, think we can leave the card market here. So though before I go to the next one, I do forget one thing. I have to get something to drink. So there will be a little bit of a break time. You can hear the music in the meanwhile. and I will be back real quick for you. Be right back, guys. Alright. So, a little drink break for me still. Okay. Always stay hydrated, my friends and fans. Always stay hydrated. Alright. Let's move on to the next board. Let's just take this one. And here let's go here to Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, let's just take this creature for now. Alright. Little introduction of Yu-Gi-Oh! For everyone of the newer era, I gotta say, what I'm saying about the rules might not be correct anymore, and that is also already one of the flaws, but to the flaws later. So, when I started Yu-Gi-Oh! I was a little kid. I watched an anime, and at the beginning I didn't know that the rules started to change, but you can already see that even in the anime. At the beginning, when you watch Yu-Gi-Oh! The very first series, you see Yugi Muto, little kid living with his grandpa, and you can play any card. You see here the stars of the card, so you can play a card with 2 stars or a card with 8 stars for free, like nothing, once per turn. You can start smacking your opponent, who in the anime had 8,000 life. You had 8,000 life, and your goal in the game was to get the other player to 0 HP. The same is true in Magic, but we have only like 20 life there. So, in any case, with that in mind, there are some spells and traps to help you get rid of stronger monster or don't get killed by a monster like the Blue Eyes White Dragon, one of the most known cards next to the Black Magician, the card that was played by Yugi a lot of time. We had 2,500 attack points. So the idea was, if you summon a creature, you could already attack on that same turn if you wanted to, except for the first turn. You could attack the enemy's life points. And why the first turn? No, it's because in the first turn, well, the one that starts the turn, like in the turn-based TCG, has the advantage. So obviously that's the restriction there. Well, for example, Magic is different. Magic does have cards that can already start smacking at the first turn, it has to do something with the rules why it works. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, it was already like that. You could start smacking with the creatures you have. But if you want to go through the life points, you have to go through the creatures first. So if the enemy has a creature, you have to destroy that creature first, like attack that creature first, and then you can start smacking his life points. That was how the battle phase used to be from when I was playing, and that one didn't change as much as I know up to the point where the Pendle monsters were there. Like till there, the battle phase was always the same, and these rules are also the same. What changed through the time was at the beginning. Well, that was the rules. Later in in the game, in the anime itself, you can see where Kaiba is testing out some of his hologram things. From the anime starting, they already had a technology where they could compete with each other, and the monsters would show a hologram. If you go on later to a different part of the season, you can see them just standing around and having like a machine on their arms which projects the holograms for playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Which was invented by Kaiba, obviously. And that's also the moment when they started to adapt the rules a little bit. You can't start summoning Blue Eyes White Dragon for free now. That's where like the stars came in mind. So you have like 4 stars, 5 and 6 stars on a card means you will have to offer a tribute to summon a creature. Like sacrifice one creature to get a stronger one on the field. And if it had 7 or 8 stars, you need 2, and then there are some that needed 3. So that was like the first rule adaptation, which doesn't sound bad. I mean, Magic also changes the rules sometimes. So with the anime itself, the game started to change, but not every 2 to 5 years a small change, but kinda almost every 1 to 2 years big changes in Yu-Gi-Oh! So like first there was these tribute summons. Then they added effect monster, which well made the game swap towards going more for cheap and fast summoning, like a lot. Then well, fusion monster I think already existed quite long, but then after the fusion monster, there started to be ritual monsters, which you need the ritual monster in your deck and a ritual spell, and then use the follow the ritual spell to be able to summon the ritual monster, which still is just adding cards like in Magic. But then that's when they started with something like Synchro, Exceed, and Panel Monster. So Synchro was the new thing that came out, special summon from your extra deck. So if this is your like board, you had here a little bit of an extra deck where you can have fusion monsters in or the synchro monsters. The difference between the fusion and synchro was for the synchro monster you needed a special monster that had next to their normal types tuner standing and some non-tuners. So like I could use this card for a synchro summon, but I need still one tuner creature at least. And some have some other special requirements. So what is the issue with that? The issue is now, considering you had already a deck working in Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is the moment where you have to either just go for the newer decks or adapt your deck. Because while your normal deck with effect monsters is quite strong, what Yu-Gi-Oh! Always did was ban or restrict some of the older cards when they just before they brought out new cards, which means your decks are now a bit weaker. If they were like overpowered or had some good mechanics to abuse. And the stronger ones were those that just got printed where you now need to go and buy the card. So like they were always forcing you in a way to be able to still be up with the meta to always get new and strong one. I mean there was even some YouTube videos where they show on he played Yu-Gi-Oh! With his old deck and there was someone coming with every deck that was meta like competitive and meta to that end, if you know what I mean. So like he was never able to do much, and some decks were so strong that they could win in turn 1 without you even doing anything. I mean, that was also one of the YouTube videos I saw recently. Which, I mean, in competitive and meta is fine, but this is one of the biggest flaw for here. What are you gonna do if someone with very old cards comes and wants to play with you, and you come with your new cards? Like, obviously, new cards, some of them can be stronger or not. I mean, in Magic it's the same. There are sets where Magic cards are very strong, and there are sets where they are weak and all. But in general, if someone with a very old deck comes to you, and you still have one of your very old decks, like for example for me, one of my oldest deck that I still haven't cancelled out, it's from a Pioneer format, it's my Werewolf deck, and it's still working very fine. I can still play with someone and have fun, and he is and I am able to do the stuff we want to probably. Going for the format. If I play with someone with my modern decks nowadays, well, I have the newest modern decks. He has some of their a normal one, or I never tuned it. He will be weaker because the meta is just deciding a lot, I would say. That's why I do wanna separate competitive and casuals, because there are players that just wanna play for fun. Which is why I will try to get one modern deck that's strong now, and that one will never change, and maybe it stays strong. That's one of the possibilities. Like for example, for Max, the Amulet Titan deck is very strong. He hasn't done many changes there. He doesn't need to, because that deck, it's okay how it is in a way. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like, it's hard to adapt. So after the Synchro, then there came the Exceed monsters. The Exceed monsters are even easier to summon. You just need 2 creatures of the same stars to overlap them, mostly. Some are a bit special, I think, again, but that's like more or less like the rules for the Exceed. So now you could say, oh well, now we can use our older decks maybe. Well, don't forget that they still always ban and restrict the older decks, and that's why it was there was a quite long and good format of Synchro and Exceed coexisting. Sometimes they brought enhancements for a Synchro deck, sometimes for Exceed. And then I thought Konami was finally about to take a good turn and started with Pendle monsters. So why am I saying a good turn? First of all, if we think about it, the rules for how to summon stronger creatures like the Blue Eyes White Dragon and all never changed. So why would you start playing Blue Eyes White Dragon if you could, for example, let's go here for a little moment. I will show you what I mean. Why would you go here? Why would you go and get a Blue Eyes White Dragon if you can go and have a Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, where this one can be summoned easier and has an effect like during the battle step, if this card battles an opponent monster, you can target that opponent monster, banish both this card from the field and that target, return this banished monster to the end of the battle. If you banished Exceed monster, this card gains 5 attack for each material it had when it was banished. So like this creature itself is stronger, because if you are fighting a creature you cannot win against in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it would be destroyed, it would not be destroyed, you know? Like, there are creatures that can be stronger nowadays. Before Blue Eyes White Dragon was one of the strongest, but there are now creatures like these that have effect. So there was like this thing. Why would I, as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, play with some of the older cards if all the newer cards are so much stronger and better sometimes? And that's like when they brought the pendulum in, and I really like this meta, because while you do also still need to adapt your decks and all, there was a lot of different decks. For example, I created, if I may say so myself, a quite strong Magician deck with the Black Magican from Yugi Muto. Why? Well, with the Pendle scale, you could just special summon this one and didn't have to pay any tribute, which means you can finally play these normal monsters or special monsters because they looked cool. And with them, there were also some special exceed monsters that needed some normal 7 stars, like not effect monsters but normal ones. That's what they like differentiated it nowadays. Before there are every type of monsters, but now this here, for example, is an effect monster. And if we now go here to blue eyes white dragon, like this one, this is like a normal monster, non-effect monster. You could start summoning them easier, which made a lot of fun, and you could do a lot of things nowadays with this. So it was very great way of me. And I thought like Konami was finally starting to have the casual option, making sure that some players with panel scale would start getting back to some of the older cards, and there were all kind of decks that were able to be played and have fun with and everything, you know? That's what I thought. And I think I was around 16, 17 at that point, or around, 16, 17. I was finally starting to be in Germany again when I was still playing these things and these tournament cards with some Yu-Gi-Oh friends. And then they announced the Link monsters. Like for a year with the panel monster and everything was fine, one and a half year. And then they started the Link monsters. And now you have to think about it, all your fusions, synchro, exceed, are worthless because without the Link monsters, you couldn't summon them. I'm not sure what they did with the rules nowadays, if they changed that or not, but that's like the premonition. So this is what I hate, because in Magic, if a change about the game is happening, for example, we had in the last 5 years that I have been playing Magic, 2 really big changes about the game itself, and the other things are just adjustments. Like for example, before in Commander there were power levels, now we have brackets. That's like not really a change, it's just how we can like organize how strong or weak our deck is. So, and with the announcement of the big changes in Magic, one big change of the battle system was to give the attacking player a little bit more options of how to attack, to make sure that the rights get a little bit equalized. That was like one big change. And the next big change in more or less like 1 year, 2 year time was that sagas don't immediately get sacrificed when they have 0 lore counters. To make sure that player or decks with saga cards don't get fucked up by some things that say every card loses its abilities or things. So with that being the case, these were like 2 changes of the game where some kind of rules of the game changed in the last 5 years, or in the last 2 years. Those were like 2 small changes with nothing major change of how the game was going on and working. So while in Yu-Gi-Oh, in the years I've been active playing from kids to the adolescence age of 16, we had changes of how you can summon your creatures, what for special summons there are, what you need to get them out, like not only just newer cards bringing out, but rules changes about how you can normal summon creatures, how you can summon some other creatures, special summon creatures, restrictions to summons from the extra decks. Like the rules in Yu-Gi-Oh changed so much. Like if we look at the Magic board I showed you before, for example, like here, this is like the Magic board, and here's the Yu-Gi-Oh board. So the Magic board depends on Commander and the normal board, and never really changed. I haven't seen a change in this Magic board for the 5 years I've been playing Magic. In the years I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh, you had your extra deck changed, you have your summon and link monsters added here. It's like so many things in Yu-Gi-Oh! And so many things you have to keep in mind. Like at that time, with the adjustment and adding of the link monsters, every deck I had was starting to be unplayed because at that point, a deck without fusion and all, there might have some existed some, but almost every meta deck had some exceed monsters, synchro monsters, fusion monsters, and without these link monsters, you couldn't be playing any creatures. So it was like I have to somehow either add some of these link monsters just to be able to play my deck, and then we have to think about it. Well, in Yu-Gi-Oh, the smallest decks in competitive format had 40 cards. Thinking about who you have to get out to get the link monsters in, and how the chances for those cards to be drawn, those link cards, it's just not possible. So for me, this is also why I stopped Yu-Gi-Oh! So this is why my critic of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is being very negative. Sorry for all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. But here you can see that was like the very, very old play math of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now this looks like this. Like, look at how much it changed. Here we see even the Pendle Scala, the thing. So like, complete Yu-Gi-Oh! Even is swapping the board. If an older player starts to ask someone to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, and he's coming with his newer decks, and he was like, "What the heck is with your board?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's the newest board. That's how we play Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays." It's super crazy. I'm really not a fan of this. So negative aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules changing, impacting the game itself by a lot is very negative in my view. It is very you have to buy new cards to be able to keep up with some other players and all. And there is no chance for you to have the nice and fun casual experience that all or a lot of other TCG allow you. Like, depending on games, I don't mind having some changes about the game happening every decade and all, but then again, you should also consider the old time players. If I go to a Magic shop, the average age of players are around my age or older. Like, there are maybe some younger ones, but barely, because not only maybe because the game for young ones are a bit too complex to start off the bat, but also because the casual play for every kind of age of these cards are possible, making this very, very good. I mean, yeah, I'm highlighting Magic a lot, but it's just that's why I'm a Magic streamer or TCG streamer focusing on Magic first of all. Though I do like to know that there are some other card games to learn about, and maybe I will get some if there are casual formats. Um, I don't know these other games too well, but that's why I wanted to introduce and give my pros and cons about doing so. So that's why Yu-Gi-Oh! Too costly, too game changing. You always have to be up to date to the game rules. Yeah, these are the negative aspects. And the third aspect is if you look at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, look at how small the texts are. Almost every other game starts giving out keywords to their things, so they have like the same so they don't have to always write a text. And for those who do not know the rules, some cards have an little thing to indicate what the ability is, or online you can just reread them a lot. Well, this is like a little bit of a negative aspect that you always have to sometimes look into online cards to find online the rules to find what your card can do sometimes, because of extended artworks it doesn't say and all. But I mean, once you're getting to know it, everyone knows in Magic now what's haste, what is there are creatures that are unblockable, for example, or what is lifelink, what is first strike. These keywords, after playing a lot of Magic, you'll just memorize them. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, every card is like, okay, now I have to read. So if you're an older guy, how are you gonna read the text of this creature here? You will have to take a loop. So it's also very age restricting the Yu-Gi-Oh in a way. Maybe the older ones aren't agreeing, but at some point you will have trouble reading. And I don't want to imagine having to read a card like that when I'm playing TCG. I want to have fun, and I don't want to have to rewatch and reread it. Hello! Nice to see you. Very first streamer here. If you have any questions or anything you want to know, let me know. What we are doing right now is checking all the TCG games that are there. Right now, like we finished already with Magic, and we are in Yu-Gi-Oh! We just listed the pros and cons of it. Yeah, sorry, you're a viewer, not a streamer. I'm... In any case, for me, I would say better leave your hands off Yu-Gi-Oh! From my experience. But the Yu-Gi-Oh! Lovers that are out there might be different. I just watched a video where they even said that they lost half of their player base, which I think is very sad for a TCG. But yeah, alright. Let's hop on to the very next TCG. While Pokemon is one of the big threes, I actually haven't met anyone that wanted to teach me that yet. So, thank you very much, Budwitch Babe, for following me. So, I will do so. Thank you very much. So, in any case, we hop on to the next TCG. While I haven't really learned anything about Pokemon, but there are still many TCGs out there that I haven't known of and known for. And if everyone likes this video in YouTube and wants to have another one, well, I will go and learn the other TCGs I know of. Because, for example, I know a friend of mine in Mexico who played Schwarz and Black, I think it was. Schwarz and Weiß, I think it was called the TCG. And that one also sounded quite interesting, but I haven't seen it yet. In any case. And Pokemon as well, I haven't learned it. So, from the big three, Pokemon will be in the next video probably. For now, let's go to the card game I learned later on, and it was One Piece, or at least the newer form of the board TCG that I have seen so far. So yeah, this is, I think, a very good board. Let's look at that. Oh, is it though? Wait. I have to recheck for a better board, I guess. Ah, here. This one is good. Yeah. Well, oh yeah, nice. The graphic is looking good. Maybe we can get a bigger view of this. Yeah. Perfect. Alright. So, here we have our One Piece one. I will go and check One Piece cards. So we have one as well. Let's take a sample. Well, let's just take Nami. Who doesn't like a very nice girl sitting in front of you? Alright, so how does One Piece work? So first of all, you and the player to your in front of you have to show each other your leader card. Maybe I should get a leader card as well, so you know what it is. I will just have to check where I can find one. Actually, leader One Piece TCG. So let's go like this. Yeah, let's take this one. Let's take this one here and this one. Okay, so we go back to the small ones. I'll accept the cookies. I'll accept. All right. So this is how a leader card looks. What the leader tells you is the colors you are playing here, how much total life you can have, and its power. So when showing that, your life total will be placed here, how I will show you in a little bit, and your leader will be placed here. This will be the place where you have your creatures, your summons, your... I mean, we're in One Piece, so I would call it my crew. Aye! And here is where you will have your deck, and there's your graveyard. All right. What is this format here down, or these two zones? I will go for it shortly. So after deciding which player starts the first turn, um, the game changes with you can draw your hand, and there are I'm not sure how Yu-Gi-Oh used to be in the like competitive format or normal formats, but in Magic or in many other TCGs I know, there is a form of mulligan. If you have a very bad hand, you can swap your hand with. In Magic, it's very punishing because you're gonna lose cards when you mulligan. So let's say you start with 7 cards in hand in Magic and you start a mulligan. Well, you will have to put one of these cards down whenever you mulligan. So if you say like you have 2 times a hand with 0 lands, and if you know Magic is a resourceful game, without your resources that of lands you cannot play it, you will have to drop down after 2 mulligans to 5 cards and start a game with 5 cards. And if you are yourself starting, you cannot even draw a card, which makes it 5 against 8 card of resources. Can be quite troublesome and annoying. But it is playable. If your deck is good, it doesn't matter. I even won sometimes with 5 cards again with one of my friends because my deck is just that good. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Didn't had it as much as I know when I was playing it, but maybe they had it just with special rules. One Piece also has a mulligan form. You check your hand, you see what for cards you have in hand, and you can readjust them, like mulligan them one time. Mulligan means that those cards go randomized on the bottom of your library, and you draw first your life points up there. So what does it mean? That means like in One Piece, your deck cards are part of your life points. So if you mulligan, well, those are put like if we go from this leader Sabo, you will have 4 lives from your deck into your form. So if you say you keep your hand, you just draw the next 4 cards as your life. If you say you mulligan, then first the 4 top cards will be your life, and then you draw your next cards. I'm not really sure how much hand cards you started with in One Piece again, to be sure, but both teams have the same hand cards, and just the first player cannot draw on his very first turn. Alright, then again, why does Sabo have 4 life, and here Monkey D. Luffy, or this leader card, has 5 life? Well, the reasoning is one Monkey D. Luffy here is a 1 colored card, so that's why he has 5 life here, and this one has 2 colors, which means your card pool of cards you can cast and other than your summon sphinx and all is bigger, which then allows you to have maybe some better cards or better form of this, and he reduced himself to 4, and that's how like he's black. So I'm not sure if there are 3 colored leader cards, but a 3 colored leader card would probably then only have 3 life because of less cards. Alright, the next obviously we have to talk about is the power. So with this 5000, what does it mean? Well, let's say I am playing this Nami as a creature out and wanna start getting rid of the life of my enemy. Well, the power itself indicates a lot because you need to be, as an attacker, of higher or the same value than the Sabo. So, and indifferent to other TCGs, by attacking, your creatures cannot get sacrificed. Let's say you meet 6,000 to 8,000, for example. If you are attacking with 6,000, it doesn't matter. Well, then your attack just failed. That's it. But you cannot get destroyed a creature or loosened up. So that's how you like adjust your damage of your creatures, and that's also what you have to focus. When there is an empty board, let's say, and only the leader card of one player there, you win by attacking that leader with at least equal power, and that's how you destroy his life. When a player decides to say, I will take the damage, that's when he can check the life he has, which card is under there, because there are some cards that interact with getting life torn in a way. If it doesn't, then he just puts it up in the hand. After the 4 lives are out, there's like a 5 life. So after no cards being there, you just need to smack him one more time and you win the game. So what I realized when I was playing One Piece, that the games itself are very short. Because after playing some games, like the life is very short in that aspect, which is why in comparison to it, like Magic games can take the fastest one, depending on how fast players play, have a lot of time tendencies in between. In One Piece, the games are always quite short. I mean, you can try to be a control one. I only played with some aggro decks when I was playing, so I'm not sure how it is with controllers or counter matchups and all. But an aggro deck can get quite a lot of pressure on you, which is why if you don't find a solution to that, you will have issues here. So, with that being to say, what would I say? Like, what else is there to say? Well, there's this energy bar. After deciding which player starts, the first player will start. You can get up to 10 resources, but it's always like the first turn you get 1. It's like a little bit of Hearthstone. The first one gets 1, the second one gets 2, the third one gets then 3 energy or resources to use it. And whoops, where's the cards again? Here. And here on the top left you see like the resources needed. So you need 5 resources to cast an army on the field. Then as in other TCGs, as long as there's not an ability for it to start smacking in the first round, then you will have to wait. And yeah, that's more or less like the gist of it. Of the game, your job is to have it. So like, I'm not sure how the packs are focused in One Piece. If you have to get 2 packs, one for leaders, one for normal ones, or if there are some leaders in the normal ones. But thinking about it, if you need for a deck just 1 leader card, or can only have 1 leader card, then how do I say it? How is it good to start building a deck only of packs? That's like one of the fun thing in Magic, for example. You can open 3 packs and lands you get for free in a draft in itself, or you bring your own lands and can start building a deck and start playing with drafts. In One Piece, I don't know what it is, so that's why I cannot really accumulate it. But I would say they have to find a good solution on where to find resources, like the energy cards, the normal playing cards, and the leader cards in between, or it will be a little bit saddening for me if you're wanting to play with the very new cards of packs and you don't get some of them. And what I would also say could be negative. I mean, it depends on how you guys think about TCGs, but I do like to have in casual formats a little bit of longer games, because I want the time to get to flow fast, right? So that is like a little bit, I would feel, of a negative part, that the games are so short. But I may have to play some more games to really get to know this card game more in that aspect. In any case, I do say the One Piece system that I learned, and I'm not sure, it seems like they had some major change, because when I talked about the One Piece game with one of my friends, he said, I do have One Piece, but I haven't heard anything about leaders and all, and had some different cards, so maybe they changed the game. And as said, to Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself, I don't mind if games change, but they shouldn't change every 2 years, changing the complete way of how to play. If every 5 to 10 years they make one major change, I think it's fine. If they make every 2 to 3 years major changes in the game system itself, then I don't like it. I wouldn't like it. But that's my thing. So I would say the only negative aspect that I have seen so far from One Piece that I will just bring out for now, maybe it will change later if I know this game for better, is that the games can be short and that aggro decks seem to be quite good right now. Doesn't mean it have to stay that way, but in the general of the game, like the way you interact with others and how to do things is very good. So this is like the only little negative aspect so far is games are too short. The positive aspect of this game is it has a quite interesting way of playing. I like the idea that you as a player are not just a player, but you are actually the captain. And if someone says, "I'm gonna attack you to take your life," they attack your captain. So like you can be the favorite character of your One Piece and build your own kind of crew, which is I think the best way of how a TCG goes into the anime itself. If we think about it for Yu-Gi-Oh, when you play Yu-Gi-Oh, well, you're still the player. You can just be one of the players, but in Magic you are called the summoner, and even in Commander it doesn't mean just because it's a commander that it's you. The commander gets to the command zone and the players have to kill you, not your commander, to win the game. So in One Piece they actually have to beat the captain, which is you, to win the game. And this is what I think I like. This is what I like about this TCG, that you can be the person. All right. With that being the thing, if anyone of my viewers has any questions about the TCG of One Piece, we can still go through it. If not, well, let's go to the next and last TCG I learned just 2 days ago, which is, I think, quite funny that I learned the TCG and can now bring it out here. But here we go for it. So, which TCG will I get now? What do you think? Okay, I think I shouldn't have written anything yet. It's gonna be Lorcana. Let's go for a board. Let's look where... I think here we have a board. Yeah, here we have one. Perfect. Yeah, okay, I cannot zoom in, but it's fine. So, let's close this one and swap here to Lorcana and just take any first card. Yeah, let's take this. So, Lorcana is a TCG that started quite recently, as much as I know. I think about 2 to 3 years it started. And I can only bring out what I hear now. There are two different types of cards on how to play your resources. Like, if we go for One Piece, I did try to tell it, but I mean, the resource that you have in One Piece is separated from your deck, and you get them automatically. In Magic, they are in the deck, as you know. And in Lorcana, it depends on the top left card, as you see. For example, this card is a card you can play for the resources shown here above, or can also be a resource. In Lorcana, I mean, if you go for the lore, you play cards as colors, so you need to play a color, like a land in Magic, to have your resources that you can use to start casting your things. And Lorcana is based on Disney. What is one of the best known thing in Disney? But which, babe? Maybe you wanna say something? What do you think is Disney known for? Disney movies, Disney series known for? What do all of these movies have in common? What do they show? Do you have any idea? I'll give you a little bit of time. Oh, another follower of mine has written something. The art style. That's actually something I'm not really sure of, but that was not the one I was looking for. So, nope, it's not the art style. I'm gonna wait for till my own clock here shows 14 o'clock. If someone wants to still say something, else I'm just gonna announce it. And what do all of of Disney series and movies have in common? Well, the answer is it's music, or rather singing. A lot of the Lorcana cards have in common that they are that they have singing cards. Like if I now go here to the all watching cards, like we can see a very big number of cards. Let's see. Do we see somewhere here the singing cards? Maybe a sing card. Let me just check it a little bit. So this is an action card. This is a different thing. Yeah, here. Alright, so this is a song card, and here you can see next to it normal cost in comparison to now this card here, for example, it says here something in clamor, because this is like the type you have to act to keep in mind when you're playing this game. It's the song. So in this one, for example, you have you see the song, and that means a creature with a cost of 5 can just get tapped to be able to cast this for free. So next to the normal resources, you can also cast it by tapping a creature you have. So I say creature because that's like the magic term, but maybe someone want to say your played card. It's hard to say. So good. So with that in mind, let's think about it. So you have your start hand of 7 cards in Lorcana. You can put up to like you can put cards from your hands down for a mulligan. You can only have 1 mulligan, and then draw new cards according to it. To that, and then you like mix your deck one more time and let your opponent cut the deck because you mixed in your cards that you mulliganed. I don't like that you only have 1 mulligan because you never know how hard it is. On the other side, this game has a lot of cards that can be used as resource, so it shouldn't be that bad. So then, as always, per turn you can only play 1 of your resources or card as a resource. Like you can play this card as a resource, and then you can cast many things you want as long as you can. Though, like in every other game of TCG, there has to be some like stopping thing. So for example, in your crew game of One Piece, you cannot instantly attack or use your creatures for whatever you want, unless they have like an ability where on play they do something. They do nothing on the beginning. And in Lorcana, it is you're more like drawing your board, which means you have to wait for the picture, for the drawing thing to dry and be able to be printed on the field. Then, well, you have everyone has their turns, and what I do like about this game in itself is, rather than having to fight your opponent to win the game, the mission of how you win in this game is by collecting kinda winning points. How you collect them, you can see it here on the right, how a creature gives you some winning points, and by doing so, you cast your creature, and in your turn, you have to like tap the creature to get winning points. Some give more, some give less. And what makes the TCG interact with each other is, well, if someone has an ability to gain with all his characters more win points than you, well, that's the moment where you have to like stop collecting win points and start destroying his things, to make sure he doesn't finish in like 2 turns with all his winning points. Um, then what is also quite interesting, every fight here doesn't reset the points. In every other game, like there are moments where creatures fight and how they don't die and or die. Here it's every fight they had, these characters had, and their fights will be saved. If they somehow got any kind of damage till the end of that creature's life, or until some other effect removes that damage, the damage stays. So if you have like fought with one creature once and don't do anything with the creature anymore, the one damage will always stay on it, unless you do something to remove it. Which is also a quite interesting concept, making the creatures for the round, how to say it, have over. This could be like an interesting way for future TCGs to have combats, games where till the game ends, damage can don't get removed, but you have to maybe think about some resting points in your turns to make sure your characters can get life back. This could be an interesting way of building an own TCG. In any case, I do. That's why I pointed out, because it's an interesting way of interacting with each other, making creatures vulnerable like this is what I think quite interesting of this game. The next and the other point is, as said, the winning points of it. Like you have to collect winning points to win the game, or legends in that respect to win the game, and not really fight your opponent to win it. While in Magic, for example, there are other types of cards. For example, you can just cast instants and sorceries and drain your opponent in a way, so you don't have to win with creatures, or you can mill your opponent and all. You still have to like attack and destroy the enemy. Here, you could also just build your deck thinking about, I never attack him, I never will do that, and I just plan to have a very fast way to win, and he will always have to interact with me. Because I have seen it myself, from the starting decks at least, your resources of hand cards get very, very fast blown up, lost, and it's quite hard to keep these all in check. Keep in check on when to do, because in the end you only draw once per turn, and having to use your resources like in Magic to sometimes draw cards. Like in the starter cards, it didn't seem. Maybe they don't have that many yet, but I think that will make the these cards more valuable. Cards that let you draw cards and having some great abilities next to it will be one of the keys, because you can play resources every turn, which means at one point you can have more resources for whatever thing you want. Though you have to also keep in mind to keep your enemy in check, to make sure that he doesn't end it. So from what I have seen so far, the things look good. I haven't seen the meta or the strongest thing yet. I know that some of them are gonna watch the World Cup of Locana now. It will be very interesting to know. The negative part of the deck, the game itself, is for me, game wise, I haven't seen anything negative. I mean, in the end, your cards can be your resources, so you never run down of them. You have resources, which makes this game a little bit more complex. For example, in Yu-Gi-Oh, you didn't have a limit on what to do. You could always use everything you wanted. But games with resources, from my experience now, I like them most. Without resources, the games just become too simply. I feel like playing Uno if I play a game without resources in a way. I mean, in Yu-Gi-Oh, you did have some limitations, like only one normal summon or anything, and it had some different complexity. But yeah. So the positive part of this game is the way of how to win the game, in my view, and the the idea of the resources itself, every card can be, or most of the cards can be resources. Like for example, this card we showed before. Okay, not here. Whoops. This card, for example, that I showed as a song, for example, cannot be a resource no matter what. And that is okay that they have some cards that are not resources in itself, but generally that you can build a deck with almost everything that can be resources makes it a bit easier, and with Magic, less likely to have to mulligan in itself. Yeah, for example, in One Piece the resources and the cards are separated, which also means that you have to keep a hand and adapting to the cost of it. So that can be an issue in One Piece, which cannot be in Lorcana. But what I think is also the positive points was the winning points of Lorcana. And hey, we got another viewer. Hello, Agron. Any questions so far? What I'm doing right now is checking every TCG. We have checked Magic, we have checked Yu-Gi-Oh!, One Piece, and now we are at Lorcana. And I'm just trying to summarize what I like about Lorcana and what I dislike about Lorcana right now. So, if you got any questions, hey, Badwitch is still there. In any case, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to write to me. I would love to interact with you guys. Yeah, and it's the first time of my streams to not only have viewers but also interactive viewers like you guys. I'm very glad to have you guys. In any case, unless you have any questions, I will just move up, because in the end I'm also recording it as a YouTube videos, and the YouTubers might also want to know what my pros and cons of this game is. So. Yeah, the Final Fantasy cards have been very, very, very high in value, especially the cards that are coming from collector displays. Because the collector displays just keep increasing in price, which means the cards are getting rarer and rarer, and at some point you just don't have anyone to buy from. A bundle? Yeah, well, that's the issue with the normal bundles. They only have play boosters, and the play booster or a playbox itself is not worth that much. If you guys want, after finishing Lorcana, we can go and check about why the Final Fantasy cards are worth so much. Let's check that in a bit, but yeah, definitely. Don't worry, Argon and Bad Witch Babe, we will check them in a bit. Let me just finish the Lorcana for now, and we go for it. Because I actually had some other plans in mind, but having viewers that are here and ready to chat about Final Fantasy or talk with me, I love it. So would love to have a conversation with you guys too. So the pros of Lorcana for now are the 20 win points. Because I like that you don't have to fight an opponent to get these points, but just tap your creatures in a way to gain these points. A little bit of a winning point, but I think it's a good argument, is having lots of cards that can be your resources can be quite cool and useful. And yeah, well, I think that was like the only points that I actually like about Lorcana. I thought I had another one, but maybe I will mention it in a later video, because I'm not sure anymore what was another really big winning point of Lorcana. In any case, having your resources, having almost every card as a resource as well can be useful, and the winning points. What I dislike about Lorcana from what I saw is you have basically no chance to interact in an enemy turn. So like, if I say, well, I have enough points to get my 20 winning points, I win the game. You have only your turn where you can use cards to like remove winning points or stop the enemy from doing something and like remove his creatures or anything. So like, it feels really, really awkward if you're playing a TCG and being able to do nothing in the enemy opponent. This is one of the things I saw in Lorcana and I dislike. Like in One Piece, for example, I'm not sure, but as long as you have resources open, you can still use things, if I remember correctly. Like, maybe not removals, but at least something to interact with. And in the end, thanks to the fights that they have, the opponents are forced in their turn to at some point attack you, and there you can use your other cards in One Piece. I did put them away, so maybe I will have to show them later. Some of your cards, or most of your cards, you can just discard to get to power up your leader, to make sure that he cannot instantly win or destroy you in that aspect. But this is, as I said, like one of the major flaws of Lorcana. You cannot interact or do anything. So let's say you have some resources open and cards like a song open. They feel like useless if the enemy is in their turn. In Magic, for example, you can sometimes use your creatures or your resources in the enemy turn to get some extra draw. And you would only use them if you cannot, if the enemy doesn't do anything else, or would use them if there's nothing else worth interacting with. This missing interacting is something that makes it a little bit makes me a little bit unsure about this game in itself. How makes the major winning point of the 20 winning points again loosening up a bit. I would say it's still a good TCG in comparison to it, but then comes the next flow that I heard from the others, and I think that's something they should change while they still can, or adapt to. It seems like they have, like in Magic, a standard rotation, which means every time there is a new set coming out, some old cards get drawn out, not usable, and that just feels awful. Let's say I started the game on Saturday, got some packs, and it might be that in these packs, almost every card could be rotating out. That's what I hear from the rumors. So I should stop building a deck right now because soon there will be a rotation. That's a nice format for a competitive format. And while there are some pros and cons of having multiple formats, I and a friend of mine mostly agreed that a game should have multiple formats. Multiple formats allows you to have casual players who collect these cards and just play for fun. Let's say, well, Lorcana and Disney are equal. You can teach a young girl to play Lorcana, and in 10 years she comes maybe with a very good deck and maybe some weaker decks, and you as an old grandpa can, because you still know the rules and they haven't changed that much, you can still play with her for fun. That is what I like about casual formats in Magic, and currently, from all the TCGs I have checked so far, Magic was the only one having the casual and competitive formats different, separating, making also the pile of players itself separating in formats, because there are some players that only play these formats, some others. There are negative points to that, but I think every TCG should start to amplify and get some casual things in. That's my view. But which babe, Agron, do you want to add anything up to this? Do you think every TCG should have some casual and competitive formats, or do you disagree? What do you guys think? So Agron says he thinks that too. Maybe I should. No, if I have my Twitch channel here next to it, it would be hard. But I also think so. I agree with you, Agron. Thank you for agreeing with me. I also really think that multiple. Yeah, I can understand that. I also only really have decks in Magic. It's just that I decided to learn and see other TCGs to compare them. I mean, I started as TCG in Yu-Gi-Oh! And honestly, after our today's session, I really say I like the Magic the most so far. Yeah, I agree with you. That's Commander, but there is also some to be too casual formats. Like for example, Modern has such a wide base of variety of decks that can be built, and I am playing with my meta decks against, for example, Max, and we can still play even if he has some older decks. Um, Against my meta decks. That is like yeah, exactly. But I do like that the Modern with the range of the cards can still, like the meta decks can still have issues with some older Modern decks. I, for example, even lost with one of the meta decks, Boros Energy, against an Infect player in Modern. Holy. Yeah, I, I, I agree, Agron. I am a Commander and Modern lover, and I have got some like stronger Commander decks. I wanted to have a deck of each bracket to be able to play with almost every player that I meet in Commander. But I also want to have some strong decks to win, obviously. Who doesn't love winning, right? But yeah, in any case, good that we finish this up. I'm sad that I haven't seen a word from I have to check from Bad Witch. But hey, we wanted to talk about Final Fantasy, or that's what I hear from my viewers right now. So let's go back to Final Fantasy, the cards. So Agron said that he has some cards that are worth a lot. Well, it depends on the cards itself. Let's look, for example, on Yuna. One of the cards I gotten and had to get a commander deck. So I recently drew a Yuna Grand Samana for my collector display, and when I checked it back then, she was worth 40 to 50 euros, and now she increased in price to 66 euros. This is what you meant, for example, right? Yeah, I know. You know, the Hope of Spire is also a very great card. The reasoning why I think the cards are increasing in price is just because the collector displays are just keep rising and rising in value. This is a first for me. Having to see a collector display being worth around 1,000 euros. It's just crazy, crazy. Holy, really? You got wait. That's not the right one. Yuna, you said Yuna Hope of Spire. Yeah, she has been increasing in price a lot. Holy. Holy. I myself have 3 next to me. I was thinking about building in a wait, version 2. She has a version 2. Oh, this one. This one. No way. Holy. You got it for 5 Danish crowns? How did you did you get it out of a pack, or how did you get it? Agron. Wait, version 2? Version 2? That was version 1? No, there are only like this, and this version. This one then. Sorry. So you got this one. You got this one for 5 crowns. How much is 5 Danish crowns in euros though? Wait, what? For €1? Less than €1 you got that? Huge. I'm not sure where you got that bargain, but that's a huge bargain, Agron. I gotta say. Okay. That's really huge. That is really a huge They made a mistake, okay? I would love. Really, it was worth 10 euros on release. When I got my first Yuna, yeah, obviously you should have. When I got my Yuna out of my pack, she was worth 5 euros. I kept her for a long time, and now look at this, 25 euros. She rose in price incredibly. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. And I would be keeping quiet as well, Agron. Honestly, having some mistakes like these can be very profitable. I do had some bad mixes with someone, like for example, everyone knows the. Wait a second, I have to check it from the sheet I had before. Oh, give me some moments I should have read ready when I talk about it. It's just that I didn't had planned that it would turn out like this today. One moment. I almost have it. So this was the bundle I opened today. I can show you the rares in a bit. And the card I was talking about was this one. So I made a mistake of getting this card in a collector. No, I bought the Stoller Commander deck, where this card is part of, like the non-fall normally here. And at that point, like this was like the average I saw as well, and I was thinking of putting this card up for €2.30. Yeah. So while putting cards up in Card Market though, I made a mistake of actually having it in foil in, and someone instantly purchased it in foil. Well, sadly, at that point, I didn't even had a card in foil, and it was a mistake. And I tried to write to the buyer that I am very sorry, I don't have the card. I even tried to compensate him and give him the money that is worth a foil card in that aspect. But he declined it. I do get that profiting out of the mistakes of someone else is what someone should do. Like Agron, you can definitely try to benefit from it. I would probably be doing the same. Though in my aspect, I really dislike that one person does only want to force his one-way truth. Like, like you had to keep quiet and nothing would be issued. When I was going and having the hassle of selling a card, I mean, I'm not I don't have a shop. I just buy magic cards and then get rid of the magic cards I might not need. I really tried to have him get the non-foil with a discount or extra money, get the non-foil with money, or just gave him double the money back, and he just didn't want to do it. It is connect to social. Well, in my Twitch channel, there's everything you need to know. Just sure. Goodbye, Bad Witch Babe. Thank you for being here. You have my Twitch, you have my Twitter. Just add me there, and I will be glad to have you to see you back next week. By the way, for everyone that has to leave now before you go, be sure to check out my YouTube video. I will explain. I did explain there that there is a chance if one of my newest follower doesn't want to come to gain a Cory Steel Cutter in foil. I thank you for being here, Bad Witch Babe. So check out my YouTube video later. And next week there might be a chance for one of you guys to win a Cory Steel Cutter. Extended art in foil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See you, Bad Witch Babe. It was very nice to have you here. Okay, yeah. So I hope, Agron, you will also be there next week. I really hope so. In any case, if for any case that one doesn't work, well, I will have another. I do plan to give giveaways, not all that much, but sometimes for you guys. I have a schedule on always be online on Sunday at 11:30. I will be online, so be sure to check it out. Goodbye, Bad Witch Babe. Thank you for being here. It was very fun. It's been a while since I have this much conversation with my viewers. So thank you for being here. See ya. Okay, so back to the discussion we had, Agron. Or do you want to know more about the Cory Steel Cutter? I mean, as said, this is recorded, so check it out later. But I would like to get back to this discussion. So when I had this buyer, I did try everything to conversate with him, and sadly though, after having a lot of conversations and negotiating, he just said, you have to either order or get the card somehow in foil and send it to me. And I was like, well, I don't really want to buy a foil card just to send it back to him. It takes hours and everything. And even Card Market was like, well, I have to get the card somehow. That's why I'm sadly a little bit restricted in Card Market right now. That is, I think, very sad. But I decided for myself, well, I do get that some guys, I also want to get a bargain if I can. I wouldn't like to force it and make it irresponsible. I think there are multiple options to do so, which is why I'm a bit sad about it. But hey, don't get me wrong, Agron. I don't try to tell you that you shouldn't get your bargain. Having a Yuna for €1 rather than €10, and now she's like €25, that's huge. Yeah, I also dislike that next to the card market, shipping cost and everything, that there is also they even try to gain money from it. So when I have to ship, I am very carefully packing the cards up, making sure that they don't bend or anything when they are getting transferred. And then they even take some money from that as well. Like, I have to get cost, not only the shipping cost, but the material cost of unpacking cards good, right? Yeah, I myself only have like a modern enchantment deck, which is sadly not that strong. I think of trying to build it around going into Pioneer because I think it's better there. And I have been thinking about getting that card itself in that one as well, like the Yuna Hope of Spire, because their ability is just crazy. But maybe there is also a possibility of getting a commander deck with her. Sure, I would love to. Please send it out. Let's take it together, your deck. I would love to see it. By the way, if you're interested in Architect, I have some of my decks on, like my strongest deck, my Tevel Mill deck, or my Grand Yuna Summoner deck. Please check them out as well. Oh, you have it on Moxfield, okay? Let's check it out. Let's check out Agron's deck here. Oh, Calyx, okay, you had... From Aftermath? What does he do? Whenever a Fate or another enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1 counter on target creature. Whenever Calyx or an enchanted creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may create a token that's a copy of a non-legendary enchantment you control. Do this only once each turn. That one sounds cool. Have you thought about Terra Esper? Let me... where is she? There. Have you thought about her already in your deck? Or making maybe her commander? The fun part is, because of her backside of these 5 colors, you could go to 5 colors. But the profit is, as you see here, like, I saw a Calyx and I thought like, well, Terra kinda does the same here. 3 times you get these counters on, and then you get the mana and she turns back to the front size kinda. So like, she also copies your non-legendary enchantments. That's why I thought it was quite funny that the Calyx does the same. Creature you control deals combat damage to a player. You may create a token that's a copy of a non-legendary you control. So here I see a little bit of the weakness of Calyx. In Calyx, you still have to get Truth to deal damage, right? Okay. With auras. Are you playing with auras? Your deck is focused on auras then? Oh, let me just go for the types then. Mentor of Heroes. Wait, you came on 100 live? Funny. Funny one. Okay, Enchant. So this is your creatures? There you are, enchantments. I hate Authority of Consuls. This is like such an upfuck. Always my creatures coming in tapped is so annoying. You may untap target creature one additional time during your turn. Target creature may also attack this turn if it comes into play. Radiant Grace. Okay, you have quite the interesting auras here, gotta say. Yeah, I mean, in my Stoller deck, wait a second. In this one, it was in the precon, so I put it myself as well here. Authority of Consuls. Like, why wouldn't I? If it's already in the deck, anyways. I mean, if we go here in the printings, we will see that there is a Final Fantasy version. That was the one I had in. Yeah. So I didn't put it out because it's so great, but yeah. It's awful if you're a non-authority of the consoles player and you play that. Like, it's so awful to play against it. For any deck that's not going for non-creatures like your one. Okay, can't block. Steering groove, obviously necessary. Immortality, Strange of Harvest, Strong Back, Angelic Destiny. Like, you have some really, really cool auras. Oh, you even got the Tempest technique. Not bad. Oh, doubling season. Oh, looks great. Yeah, definitely. I can understand that. What I'm now curious though, like, I do see you copying your auras, but like, so by playing that's why now the hardening scale and the doubling season. By playing enchantments, you get counters, and then after enchanted creatures deal damage. Okay. So I bet you probably have Danita as well, right? No? No, you don't have Danita in. I'm surprised. I will show you. No, wait. Danita. Here. Like, this is. She is good for equipments in generally, but she's also good with auras. Here. It says you may put an aura from your graveyard on her. She should be. Well, in the creatures part, I haven't seen her yet. I mean, she was 5 mana. She isn't here in the creatures. That's why I was wondering. Well, you can have multiple. New Benalia's Light. Once during each of your turn, you may cast an aura or equipment spell from your graveyard. That's not so bad. Well, she is a bit expensive, I gotta say, but I mean, what is the difference between them? Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, Vigilance, First Strike, Lifelink. Yeah. Yeah. So this is like the Benalia's Hope. I mean, I have 2 of them. I'm gonna build an equipment deck with her. Without Cloud though, because I haven't drawn any Clouds yet. I'm still waiting for a Sephiroth for my Tevel deck. So like, in my Tevel deck, for example here, I have my, in my Tevel deck, for example, here, I have the Sephiroth already in the deck, but I still haven't drawn one. I hope my friend who's coming to visit me drew a Sephiroth and is gonna give it to me, or else I really have to buy it at some point. But yeah, I think that the Danitia is not so bad, because whenever she enters, so if you have some flicker effects, you can get your things from the graveyard without having a finality counter. So, I mean, but then again, it is expensive, so obviously you have to think about it. So what I would like to know, subtypes, type and tags, okay, color identity, no. What I'm now checking is, okay. I mean, your deck looks good. In generally, what I like, for me, it's a little bit. Why do you have a sideboard? Understandable. I mean, it is expensive. Though, if you have it on Break It Free, do you have any game changers in your deck, Akram? You're looking for. I see. Well, I do get the Setzian champion. It's a very good. You have 0 game changers. Ho! Putting a deck into Bracket 3 with 0 game changers? Do you have then... I think Bracket 3 was with Infinity Combos, right? Commander Bracket? Yeah, I bet you do. I know enchantments can be quite scary. So, late game 2-card Infinity Combos are already allowed here. Nice. Okay. So... here. Well, obviously, you want to build a deck to destroy people, I get it. You still destroy them. Yeah, I mean, the Peril is cool. Do you also have the one from Kamigawa? Oh, I know another. Yeah, here you have her. Okay, obviously. Without the light pause, it would be hard to do such a deck. No infinites. Alright, interesting, interesting. Like, I really... this deck looks really good in itself. Honestly. Oh, nice. Restoration Magic, obviously. Good card here. Populate! Ugh. Eldamar's Call, obviously. Do you mind if I copy your deck for Architect for a little bit? Because I would like to check some things and it's a little bit or get the deck registration, get playtest cards, view history, export there. Let me just thank you, because what I do like for our Architect, for example, when I do a deck there, Agron's deck, Commander bracket 3 should be working. No, not pre-constructed. Text import. Let's see. So there were some card errors apparently, but close. Yeah, the sideboard cards obviously. I gotta find these. I'm gonna put your deck real quick here to the side so I can get the sideboard cards. So that would be Royal Treatment. Let's just look like this. I will just put the cards out that you had on your sideboard for now, if you don't mind. Miri. Set the sun. And Eidolon. Alright. So, here we have your deck, and you know why I like, I mean, because of the no game changes, it's taking a bracket 2, but that would be too, yeah, I mean, if it's a strong deck, obviously, it's, that's why I also said at the beginning of my video here, that I feel like the experienced players need to be able to know how to adapt in your deck. Your deck to the, like, a bracket, the correct bracket. And why I wanted to have this one, because here I think it's very good to see, how to say it, the types of it. I mean, here this one has to be set as commander. There, set commander. Alright. Good. So, what I like about this form is, here we can see what you all have. Here you have, for example, your protection ones, your ramp spells, removals. So, holy shit, this deck looks crazy. Wait, what does this do? So, that's why I like to have this form, because I feel like when I'm building a deck, for example, let's just go to my decks real quick on the next side. I try to have some pals on it and know how to go for it. Like my synergy card, for example, a draw card is important. The protection stuff, like removal and protection, are like for me both the same. And a ramp. And here we can definitely see, you know what you're doing. You have your ramp up. You have your removals up. You have quite a lot of protection, but obviously it's an enchantment aura deck, so that's like more or less like protection and slash synergy for you, probably. And yeah, I like it. It looks really good. I mean, I do feel like you have very less tutors here. I mean, I think your Sterling Groove would be more or less like a tutor as well in that aspect. But yeah, It looks good. It looks really, 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 really good. Like growth. Your ramp is also good. Let's see. Only 3 of the ramps are over 3 mana. Yeah, that you're ramping really quick. More card draw, and that's why I'm looking for this. And Eidolon of Blossom. Draw. If you're looking for draw, this one is also very good. It says whenever a creature or enchantment enters, which means, for example, if you have your light paws out, you can get 2 card draws by playing 1 enchantment. There used to be a very good deck with Chukai Naturalist and the rune cards from Kaldheim, together with Rite of Harmony. So this one is something I can recommend. It's very cheap and it would fit your deck very well from what I see. Like you have your light pawns, this one copies, which means enchantments and or auras entering the field again would trigger it again. Rite of Harmony. It's very cheap. If you find a friend that has it, maybe add it to your deck. It's very good. But yeah, technically I would say maybe you should look. Like, I can get your citizen, but maybe I would agree with you. You should look for a little bit more card draw engine, because having only 7 there might feel wrong. Like I, for example, play my Yuna deck. Just recently I played her the first time, and I felt like my card draw needs to be enhanced. How did I not know that was a card? It's fine. Everyone has their knowledge about it. I don't know every magic card, but I know that this one is a very good for enchantments. I mean, you probably already do have... Wait. Wasn't he also? I have my enchantment deck. Give me a second. I'm gonna check for it real quick. Okay. So I wanted to check what for other enchantment cards I have. So here are cards that I can recommend you for your draw engine that are very cheap. Thrum, for example, would be one. Here's a reprint of him that says whenever you cast an aura in equipment or vehicle spell, you draw a card. Let's check it if you have it. And from the draw engine, you don't have it. If we go for categories, type here, creature, I also don't see him. So that one would be one. This is like an expensive reprint from Final Fantasy, but there are also the normal ones here. And here you can see it's quite cheap. Exactly. Like this one, the one I showed you before. This one is here. Rite of Harmony is definitely a good one for you. I think that one should be your focus, especially since has Flashback 4. I don't know where he is anymore. I might have sold him. Well, let's make it else, Agron, depending on what we do next Sunday. Yeah. Let's think of a way, maybe instead of the Cory Steel Cutter, you might be interested in some of the enchantment cards I have that could enhance your deck. So, if you're next week there, let's fill it up. Let's hear it out. But I do have these cards, like I have it in some of my decks, but my enchantment decks themselves are not working as good. Yeah. I'm checking right now for myself. Do you have the Planeswalker Calyx, or do you feel like he's too weak? Like, this is the one I have for myself. Like, not really a draw card, but... well, a Planeswalker, why not? I don't know where he is. Do you have this one? Akron? Do you have the Calyx? Destiny's Hand? Or do you feel like he's not really that good? Like, I can send you the link here. I get that. Very sad. Well, like that one I will definitely have with drawing cards, probably. Okay, now that we checked that you don't have that one. Hallowed Hunting is something I saw in my ones as well. Let me just check if you have it. Oh, you also don't have that one. I even have the special edition one here. I had it on sale, but some issues up here, and that's why I'm not even showed here. In any case, that one is good because it gives all your creatures, once you have 7 enchantments, which you should get very fast, gives it flying and vigilance, and whenever you cast an enchantment, you create a spirit that has power and toughness equal to the number of spirits you control. It was very nice together with when Jukai Naturalist came out with all the other things. The next one would probably be Enduring Innocence. It's an enchantment creature. Do you have him? No, probably not, right? Enduring... Here. Innocence is the next really good card here. It's an enchantment creature, comes back as an enchantment when it dies once. Because I'm not really trying to get white with... Okay. That one was bad, but here, this one definitely should help your deck, as I think your deck probably has a lot of 2-power creatures, like low power. So every creature that enters like that after you cast that enchantment creature is draw a card, which is great for you. It only triggers once per turn though, but when you create tokens, it can help you a lot. And again, it's an enchantment creature. When it dies, it comes as an enchantment. It's not an aura though, but at least another draw engine for very cheap in a way. I think that would match your deck quite well. Okay, if we are talking about enchantments, Catilda. Do you have her? Oh, what? Like, for 3 mana, she has like the power of all your enchantments together. She is like, holy shit strong. Yeah. I mean, the backside is she turns into an aura. You can cast her as an aura from your backside, and you can have like 2 times a very, very big creature. Here. It's Catilda Rising Dawn and Legendary Enchantment Aura. Enchanted creature has flying, lifelink, and protection from vampire. And it gets +X, where X is the number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments. So here I will give you again the link from here. You can check it out. I think that card is very, very good for your deck. Sure, please do so. I would love to see which ones you put on your sideboard from the ones I showed you. I mean, we still have them probably open anyways here. We checked them all here. So I can just send you all the cards I thought that were good into as a link to you. And you should think about them and put them onto your sideboard. I would really like to know your... what do you think about them? Yeah, and and Rite of Harmony. And hey, well, next Sunday it was a win about a competition about the Corey Steel cutter. So I'm gonna think about something, but I'm interested, Agron. Like, while you're already here, anyways, and we have been having this very fun conversation currently. Do you perhaps have a tabletop simulator? It's one of the Steam games. Like, I will tell you in a second why I mentioned it. Ah, you don't. Oh, that's very sad. Like, it's a very cheap one, but that's like for me the easiest platform I know of where someone could play Commander. So I was like hoping maybe you have it. I don't want to force you to buy it. Don't get me wrong. I don't try to advertise about it. What the game, and I know you can play Magic there. Yeah, exactly. It's more about the play Magic, because I thought that maybe that could be Spell Table. Okay. Do you a website Spell Table? I'm thinking it's just that, I mean, we had the our auto viewer today that was the Bad Witch Babe, and like you two together probably are Commander players, so maybe we might be able to play Commander next week for the competition on how to weight the Corey Steel cutter. Point your camera at your desk and play. Okay. Commander with 3 other people. With in real life cards. Alright. That is fine for me. Let's see if we can maybe get the Bad Witch Babe next week on as well. Or another viewer maybe that watched my YouTube videos or so. And let's see what we can have. I would love it. I will take you on next week, next Sunday. 11:30 I will be online. I will wait for you and maybe some other viewers. And we can make it either the Corey Steel cutter or some other cards I have in my collection that you might want, Agron. Like every card for the enchantments that I showed you, I have. I have the Calyx Planeswalker. I have the, well, if you are interested in it, the Halloween one. Like I have the Tanita here, for example. So like instead of the Corey Steel cutter, if you win the game, I'm on summer holiday until September. That sounds very great. Okay, Agron. Let's say it like this. If we play Commander, every time you win the Commander game, like you win the Commander game, you will be able to choose one of the cards that you have liked from the enchantment cards that we just showed here. If you win one of the Commander rounds, you are allowed to take one of the cards that you are interested in from the Commander cards we checked that could fit into your deck. So that will be a special treatment for you, Agron, and a motivation. Come to my next stream, show me what you're made of. Alright. Yeah, I can imagine. Alright, Agron, that's on there. Alright, with that being the case, you're gonna play on bracket 3 though, right? With your deck. I mean, I won't check every card now because you're gonna be my enemy and I don't wanna pick a counter game. I wanna have fun as well, obviously. But I'm competitive, Agron. Don't forget it. That's what I always tell. Yeah, you're bracket 3, so I will keep my decks also in bracket 3. I will be using... like for example, I have been checking, but I have been winning with my Tavil deck. That's bracket 4. I'm not gonna play this deck. That would be unfair because that's like my best deck I have constructed. I've not only gotten a lot of cards, but I really gotten like purchased a lot of these myself. Like this is like my strongest deck right now. And while it only has 3 game changer, as you see, I can tell you it's bracket 4. It's bracket 4. I have till now only lost once because I had a bad hand. And you can see I only have like 34 lands. So I will definitely not use that one. But I will use my, maybe my Ishtola deck.
and some other of my bracket 3 decks. So I will not make it easy for you, Agron. And don't forget, we will have auto plays. Like, for you to be able to win it, though, we will need, because Commander, I think, only can be played by at least 3 persons, we will need 1 more person next week. I will get some other rewards for them then. Maybe we can check what... I have to check her name again. I'm so bad with names at the beginning. Or her name is a little bit hard. Bad Witch Babe. Maybe Bad Witch Babe will join us next week, hopefully. Maybe I can get one of my friends to join next week as well in Spell Table. So let's have a competition for fun and for something, I would say. 2 right now. But I want to get my deck up to bracket 4 at some point. Well, you can think about it. I still think, for example, my table deck, I could create this to CEDH, but I don't want to. I have seen some decks in CEDH and so like, oh god, they are like brutalist there. And for me, Commander, while it is fun, and well, we will have a little competition next week and all, I still want to have more focused on the fun feeling like, so that's why I'm never gonna get this deck onto bracket 5. And I think here it's fine. I will check how other games go and maybe enhance it at some point. But this is like my deck where I want to force a win in Commander. And all my other decks should focus on bracket 3, because bracket 3 is like the biggest pool of players that are out there. And I want to play games rather than win. That's like my most focus there. To get a game changer, it would probably be Smothering Tide. Yeah, obviously, Smothering Tide is like D1. I just got it for my, not for my unit deck, for my Stoller deck myself, because it needs a lot of mana, this deck. I got my own Smothering Tide here, and I didn't want this printing, I wanted that one. It was so good. Like, look at this Smothering Tide. Whew. Yeah, so... that's why I plan to have like a deck of every bracket. Maybe CEDH not, but maybe I will get one in the future for the case. But then again, for me, Commander is more about the fun part. So that's why I created my decks here, for example, like that, to have fun in the bracket 3, to not be too strong. For example, here I could still add another game changer. But then again, already having Smothering Tide. You got the drain Smothering Tide. Yeah. That one's so bad, but it sucks. I know, but that was like the only card I purchased for this deck. The only one. So that's why I said, fuck it, let's go for it. That's why I got it. I mean, it was a hard decision. I was so hard struggling to even get, this one. But you see the price already. Do you see this? $800. That's too much for me. That's too much to pay. I'm not gonna get that one. Alright. Yeah, since you missed it, I thought of showing off. These are, for example, by the way, the cards I got from my bundle today. The valuable ones. Very nice cards indeed, right? Oh, I love them. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with them now. This was like my biggest and best pool today. The Lightning Army one. Lovely. I'm gonna put it in one of my decks later. Yeah. It's beautiful. Very good pool. So... it's always hard for me to wait for my streams to open my packs and displays. I sold it because I had to use it for no use for it. And I got that special art fire crystal too. Right. So we've talked about commander decks. I mean, normally I was thinking of building some decks with the cards I have right now. But then you would see them next week, and I don't really want to show you my decks yet already. Borderless falls out. They're expensive. Come on, Borderless. Yeah. I mean... if we're thinking about it, here for example, in my Stoller deck... Wait a second, where is it? Oh, let me just go for types. I can find him faster. Like here, for example, I have that one. In even the Swordfall. That's right now going for $90. I'm thinking of selling that one and just taking the borderless one, because the borderless one is at least cheaper in that aspect. Whoops. Misclick here. Like here I have the Swordfall in, and I think maybe that was a bit too expensive. maybe I can still get a lot of money out of it if I check the printings. Like here you see like the difference. This one is 17 euros, this one is 90 euros. What the fuck, right? Like such a Freya crescent. Freya. Oh, the extended artwork is too. I didn't know that there are uncommons that are that expensive though. Yeah, what the heck? Like, I mean, even today I got like, for example, this card. Like, just check it. Like, look at this card in itself. Like, the normal one. The normal one isn't worth shit. Like, look at this. The normal one is at €1. The extended artwork is at €2. Yeah. And then let's just look at at the extended art. What is this price? No one is gonna pay €20 if you can get the normal version. Like this is, I mean, I get that the extended artworks are so rare, but from collector and all, but no one is gonna pay €20 for that artwork. I tell you. Well, they are put up like that. There's just no reason to go for it. And it's the same with the how is she called? Oh, wait. The one you just showed me, Freya was it, I think, right? Huh? Ah, here. Like no one's gonna pay €28 for that. Yeah. Like, I didn't know that the price is this big, like, just looking at this now, but if we go from Germany away, it's still high, right? Yeah. But no one is gonna pay that. Like, I know... The reasoning is why I think that no one's gonna pay for it. What is the difference between this foil and this foil? What would you say is the difference? Like, the black border and a little bit more of the art. Giot. I don't get it. What is this? What are these prices? Why is the fall one so... I mean, I know it's rare, but I don't think anyone is gonna pay €7 just to get this one in this artwork and foil. It's just way too crazy, the prices from Final Fantasy. I really don't get why they had to get this much money on them. Like, what is this price trend even? Like, how is it still increasing? This is crazy. It's so weird. Well, I do get that they are rare and everything. No one is gonna pay that money for this card. I mean, it is rising probably because I can see it here right now, like crazy. Even the non-German ones are like this, but... I mean, I do got some of these cards from my collector displays. Maybe I will have to check them. Right now they are all sadly out of the card market since I had this issue, as said, but it's crazy. Way too crazy. Way too crazy. These prices from the Magic the Gathering. I really hope that the Avatar set that's coming out is not gonna be too expensive. I'm planning on purchasing a lot of collector boosters there because I love Avatar. So it's like, no, you said you were like €50. You can already buy the bundles of avatars and everything? Damn. Oh wait, 650. Are you talking about the gift bundle from Magic the Gathering, like from Final Fantasy? Like the Final Fantasy bundle? Oh, it's not here. Why is it not here though? Weird. No, just like the pre-release bundle, yeah. They are crazy. So like here, for example, I'm kind of every day watching for when in Game Island the boosters are out, because the prices here are very cheap. Like, you can check these prices with one of your local game stores, but Game Island is very cheap. That's where I buy my stuff from. Yeah, definitely. I can imagine. Definitely. Yeah, I'm also happy that I made my money back in generally in all of those. Um. So wait a second. Yeah, I can definitely recommend. I just started streaming, so I don't have a sponsor or anything or partnerships. But I know that in Game Island it's cheap, so why not go for the cheapest website? That's the only recommendation I can give you here. But what the heck are with these Final Fantasy cards? Crazy. So in any case, for the special art traveling. No way! Wow. Like, normally I buy a lot of collector displays and all from a set. In Final Fantasy, well, I didn't had a reasoning to go for it. But it's so expensive, no one wants it, obviously. Well, what he can try though is then getting at least 60% of the money from it by selling it to a card store. The card stores want those cards. Card stores need them. Like, I'm pretty sure every card store is gonna purchase a chocobos or rare cards. Like, for example, if I go to Card Market, Card Kingdom, for example, here it's like, well, if you go to sell, what? Oh, it was fun. I was thinking of selling it up, but like, look at the Bahamut here, for example. If I go here for Bahamut, that was like, like here the price already is increasing a lot, so that's why I thought like I only get 30 bucks here when there was a time this card was going for 40 euros. Like here, well, look at the price. I had it, so here you can at least get 30 euros clear. Like, you're making a little bit less than what it's currently selling for if you check it, but it's better than nothing, right? And if I go for the German sellers, obviously, oh, this one's gonna be, yeah, here it goes to the 40. Like, what I can tell you, Agron, is if the friend got the Chocobo, try to sell it to something like a Card Kingdom or the local game stores. You might make less from there, but like, you have to decide. For example, I'm now considering to get more money for the avatar set, trying to get rid of a lot of my cards that I don't need to get the money for the avatar sets that are about to come out. Like, if we go to the wrong side. Like here, Wizard of the Coast, the products. 100%. I'm waiting for this ad. I am so hyped, super hyped for it. I can't wait. I'm super hyped. Like, alone this artwork, look at this artwork. And it's already showing a very special raised foil. Oh, I love it. I'm so hyped. I'm gonna get a lot of collector displays. You will see then a lot of my collector displays openings there. So I'm trying to get as much money from everything I have currently for this avatar set. I'm gonna go bonkers on this avatar set. It's gonna be crazy. Like, in generally, I'm more of an opening guy, but yeah, I'm loving it. Like, I'm really excited for the avatar set, and that's where I'm trying to raise money for it. Super hyped. I love the cartoon series. I watched it completely 2 or 3 times already, the series. So I'm super duper hyped for the MTG ones. I think Magic is doing a great stuff with the Universe Beyond. Final Fantasy also. Though I really dislike that they only printed it once and that we now have this issue. Like, this, they could just start printing them again, right? I like some of them, yeah. Like, for example, Lord of the Rings was not really my set, more a set of a friend of mine. But the Final Fantasy was more of, I wanted just a Sephiroth and maybe I can get some cool cards. And I'm very happy that I did go for Universe Beyond Final Fantasy. They were quite some good things. But I'm really hyped for this one. Really. Well, I hope they do, because I do feel bad about all the Final Fantasy newcomers in Magic. Trying to get some very cool special artworks, like, for example, we talked about the Yuna before, right? Like here, that's your Yuna, for example, and wait, where is it? Oh, hello. Yeah, here. For example, this one. I would feel really sad that someone cannot get this card because it's so expensive and it's rising in price. Like, look at this. It's been rising. And it's not stopping to rise. Not even now. What is this? This is just too crazy from what I see. Like, poor Final Fantasy fans that cannot get their cards on them. I really hope Magic the Gathering gets a second part or a reprint from them, because I really feel awkward or sad for the people who are trying to get some cards like these. Like, this is also the first time we have seen a set after the pre-release rising even more. This is the first time I've seen it in Magic. I think Lord of the Rings was the same, but let me just check it real quick. No. Like, here we can see, for example, it started there, it kept rising at some point, but now it's stable. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like you said right now. Like, this thing. Well, now it stopped printing and now it's over, so I can understand that it's now going up. But here we are still basically in the first month of the release. This is just too crazy. I feel so bad for all the Final Fantasy fans. Yeah, as you said, Agra, the price doubling. Like, I don't want to even imagine how sets and collections can go for from Final Fantasy. I mean, I can get it. Like, I think that's also one of the reasons why, for example, we talked about the other TCGs. Lorcana, it's like the Disney set, right? Isn't it the value of some Lorcana cards here, for example, so high because every little girl says, I can collect cards of my favorite Bambi, of my favorite Disney. Woo! I think that's like the issue a little bit with some cards. You have some kind of way to connect them. Like, look at this, 63 euros for Snow White. It's maybe because the card is good, but like most of the cards here will have an value because they can be collected. They can always be looked at. Yeah, I get the same. Like, I'm not gonna spend my money on Final Fantasy anymore. It's just too expensive. Like, even today, I opened the last one that I opened was a gift bundle, and the price I wanted here was 140. So I was like looking for 140, and I only got 106 out of it. So like the profit is not really there. It's not there at all. Very sad about that, but yeah. I really wish for Final Fantasy, not for Final Fantasy, for Magic Beyond, to have some reprints. Like, why would they do it on Lord of the Rings, for example, but not on other sets? Like, it was so clear that when they get an mix like with the Final Fantasy, that everyone's gonna go for it, because Final Fantasy is like a huge other franchise, and now you can have like a collection of it as cards. It's like crazy. The pre-release things are though still very cheap. Like, if we are looking, for example, on this is one of the things that is also very crazy about now Final Fantasy. Like, if you're going for the play booster, look at this. It increased to 160, and that's about it. Like, look at this, 159, and if you go for the cheapest site, I know where you can buy stuff from, in displays in English, like, oh, wait a second here. You can still get them for 159, or if you purchase 6 of them, 154. So you can get a profit by getting these sealed and selling them in card market again. a little bit. So the play boosters and the pre-release kits are crazy, normal. And then we go to Final Fantasy Collector or Final Fantasy Gift Bundle. And just look at the prices. I bought it for 140. It's now in 160. It's so crazy. It's just so very crazy. This purchasing and everything. Like, I really don't think that collector displays should be this big enough. Like if I go for example to Call Time, it was a just normal Magic set. But like I mean, I get that with the license and everything, Call Time Lector. I got a lot of it from my friends at that time. Oh, it was so good. And the value is still like okay, yeah. And then we go to this one, like one collector displays 200 euros. Final Fantasy 1000 euros. Lord of the Rings 1000 euros. It's just crazy. Yeah, it's so great. Like the good thing about Kaltem, for example, is that the Snowlands itself are crazy also in prices. Like just one of these Snowlands can be quite crazy. And if you go for the Kaltheim lands, for example, while they are saying it's 10 cents, if you look at this, they are like crazy valuable. This is just crazy. They look so nice as well. I love them as well. Alright. Well, I luckily have enough Snowlands because there was a funny story. A lot of my friends purchased Kaltheim stuff for me, so I had like 10 boxes of Kaltheim to open. I have so many Snowlands of it. I could build like 3 commander decks with only basic Snowlands, and I still have enough. They look so nice. I love it as well. These Snowlands. I really like what they did here. Like they look so great in Kaltheim. I love it. Really love it. So great. Yeah. I gotta say, in generally, I'm very happy with what Magic is doing. I think I will never be able to commit to any other TCG again like in Magic. If anyone is wondering what I'm talking about, I will later give this video as a YouTube. You can look the start where I talk about the other TCGs. And I gotta still say, from all the TCGs I saw today and reviewed today, Magic was still the best because of the casual formats it has, the old cards. Like, these no cards might not even be all that good, some of them. But they are just cool, they look nice, they look awesome. And they could still be able to smack you. The guy is based on my own. Ah, true. Danish was the Vikings, right? Agron, was it the Vikings? Yeah. I do, for example, have I did had, for example, a really cool how to say it, giant deck. I have to say that I did sadly kind of debuild it, but I had a little bit of a giant deck with the let me just think about the names. I will just call giants. Yeah, these Quakebringer, the Basalt Ravager, Igar, Freezing Flame, and my favorite giant, Calamity Bearer. Oh, lovely. That was such a nice deck. I loved it. I remember when I was going for a standard tournament one day with 2 decks, because someone said he could only participate if he had a standard deck. So I lent him my Kaltheim deck and played my Angels Kaltheim deck. And he was like smacking everyone with the Kaltheim deck, and I was like, shit, I should have played my Giants on that deck. Holy shit, I got smacked with my own deck. Because because my deck was a white one based on gaining life. And look at this Quakebringer. Your opponents can gain life. And this ability triggers as well in the graveyard. No, not that one, but it deals 2 damage. But you just have this one on the field, and I can gain life. And I'm like, shit, I have to block the giants. And then like, well, you can block them, but you take 10 damage. And if you have 2 of them, you take 20 damage. It's so awful. But nowadays it's not that strong anymore. I don't like standard anyways. The rotation format in itself. Still, I still do have them, the cards. Like, I will open my Druid cam again. Here we can see the little bit of my cards for my giants. I have put them to the side for now for players to build them. It's like a complete set. I think 3 of the Calamity Bearer, 2 Quakebringer and all. It's just that I needed the sleeves for another deck, and I wasn't playing with the giants often enough, and I felt bad for them, so that's why I put them to side, and I will try to get them out as a set. If anyone is interested here, well, I'm not gonna say I will ship it to you for free, but if you do me a good handle on, I can show you the cards later, you're free to take them. I'm happy to give them away so they are played again, because I feel bad of only having them in some sleeves and never using them again. It was such a nice deck when it came out. I loved it. It was also the season I started playing Magic. It's the card time set. Yeah, these ones. I cannot say I can give them for free yet. Maybe I can do them as a winning condition in the future. Or if someone right now here says, well, they're interested in the Caldheim Giants, it's exactly, I can put them out of the sleeves and you can see them if you want to. Oh, I will be very, very careful though. So this was like part of my Giants deck. I had the Mystic Reflection, the Cyclone Summoner. Here we have a set of the Glimpse of the Cosmos. So that's only these 4. Like, it was part of a deck I used to have. Maybe I should get the video a bit longer for you guys to see it. Here. And these are the giants that were part in it. Here we have the Startland Flinger, here we have 3 Quakebringers, and here we have 3 Calamity Beer. That was like all the copies I got from my Caldheim sets. And yeah, well, I really, really liked playing that deck itself. As I said, it was the one I started with, but these cards are not worth that much anymore. Like, if you look for it, Calamity Beer. I think, not that one, that was the other version. Like, here the Calamity Bearer is like worth nothing, I think. I'm not sure which is what's the difference here. No, that's a promo from a different set. Well, as I said, it was a very, very fun deck. Nowadays, it's rotated out of standard, and in modern, it's too slow, I feel like. Or it felt like. So, like, I didn't have any good thing. Like, I think Glimpse of Cosmos was like the was more of the more worth cards of this, maybe. No, like every card here fell so far apart. If anyone is interested in it, let's say €2 and the shipping cost, and these cards are yours, because I feel sad for them. They are not worth much to sell. They are just a very good set, as you see here. Almost all of them having 4 of them. They were very fun to play, but I just fell out of it. I've always been more of a dragon player, so like it was very nice to play with, but nowadays it's more like meh. It was nice, but then these are like a lot of these I have in my collection, cards to sell. I used to be a card market seller, but right now I'm restricted, sadly. Long story short, shit happens. So it was a very fun deck to play with Agron. But well, yeah, the time is over. I loved the time when I was playing with it. It was also the first sets I played with. It was the time of Call Time where I started. When did Call Time release? Pyro. Let me just check it. It must be 5 years or so. Yeah, 4 years. I'm a Magic player since 4.5 years. So it was such a lovely set. My very first deck, I remember my very first 2 decks were Dragon decks, but they were so shitty. I didn't really think about making them strong for the modern format where they has to be played. I just thought of building a deck and holy shit, they were so bad. Really? Wow, Agron. That's crazy. That's less than a year, right? Yeah, I can understand that. It's very great. Yeah, Magic really gets. I'm also very surprised if you go. Let me just show you MagicCon pictures. Yeah. So if you go for a MagicCon picture, look at this. This is how a MagicCon looks like. Just to see the difference. Do you see any of these guys here? Wait, maybe I should get this one less now, or actually, cards over. If you see this, this is like a MagicCon, and this is a Yu-Gi-Oh con, probably. Let's check. So like in Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like you have way more kids playing it than actually adults. If you're looking for it that way. Okay, maybe here no, because it's competitive format, maybe not. Whoops. But when I remember going to my local game store to play Magic, I see only this age bars between, I would say, 20 and 50. Yeah, not only that Magic is larger, the on player basis, I mean, they have different formats. That's like a little bit of a restriction here in that aspect, that you don't have all in the local game stores, all of them in the same format always. Mostly Commander, but sometimes other things. But the number of players that have the same age as you are way more in Magic than in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is mostly played by kids, and I can understand why. Like, going back to the beginning of this stream and video where I told about it, the difference between Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is seen. While Yu-Gi-Oh! Is spread a lot because of a series that is known worldwide, the actual people that are playing it and are satisfied with this is way less. Like, I don't feel anyone playing Magic says, I hate Magic. The only way they would start saying they stop Magic is, it's costly, or I'm getting too old. That's like the only thing I've seen, but I have not heard from anyone retiring from Magic so far. The only thing I did see are some YouTube videos where the wife has decided to start selling the Magic cards that his husband have, and almost selling some cards for like $100, realizing that they are worth thousands of bucks. Like, there was this one video where someone was getting some beta version Magic cards with Black Lotus and some dual lands and the Power 9 cards, selling them. They are not being able to play anymore, but they are so strong. Yeah, you also saw that. It's so crazy how someone could do that. Like, if we go for YouTube, gotta check now which it is. Oh, TCG is also opening he had to pay 180. Oh, I won over him. I only had to pay 140. No, I think it was in my history somewhere. I have to check. It's been way too long for that one now. But it was such a very, very nice video, or funny video in my view. Oh damn, it's been longer than I thought. Ah, here it is. Like, imagine the shop sold it to me for way too cheap. Like here, that are also Nikachu, there are different ones, but I must just say, if I would have the chance to find someone that is oops, that's like having this, um, and like here we have the power nines and everything. Like if I met a friend and says, "Yeah, I have magic cards. Can I see them?" and I would see something like that, bro, that's worth more than you can earn from a monthly or yearly basis, or normal people would. Like, what is this? She has them in such a good value, and the first thing she does is not realizing what a huge value this is. This is. I cannot understand how people can be so ignorant to such a good, huge value. Yeah, as you said, for example, with selling too cheap, some people should really check their cards. Like, even if I check some of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, did you know? I didn't know it before, but this was also one of the cards I happened to be like. I will put in my camera in for a second again. One moment. And that's what I feel sad about. Like some people, I think your dad also should have, or other persons should know that there are cards and things that are very very nice and all. Like for example here, this Yu-Gi-Oh set. Here. All right. Can you see the cards quite well, Agron? Agron, let's make a little fight. Tell me, which of these cards that I have opened here from Yu-Gi-Oh is worth the most? Okay, I will go through every card like this. You can tell me which card. You don't need to name the name. I will just go slowly. So which of these 8 cards is the highest value? What do you think? Let's say number left up is 1 and number down the Kuribo is 8. Okay? Which of them has the highest value, Agron? From these 8 cards. I would really like to know what you think. Yeah, I can imagine 40 euros. Probably, let me guess, from your deck, right? Agron's deck, let me check. Oh, which one could be the worthy one? I have no idea from your deck, though. Well, here the prices are showed. Maybe I have to go to the Moxfield page again. Well, I've already opened so many pages today. I have to go back up and check for your ones. Nah. Let's go like. Let's check. No. There we have it. So if I check your deck like that, let me. Boy, it's 99 cards, and here it's also showed. Nah, I wouldn't be able to guess which one is the most expensive one, since you don't have any game changers, which could be doubling season. Of course I read it before. Doubling season it is on your side. I found it very quick. All right, Agron. I shown you the cards. Which of the 8 cards is it from the Yu-Gi-Oh I'm opening of the page? Which one is the most expensive one of these 8 cards? What do you think? Or any other of my viewers, feel free to chat. I would really like to have someone guess it out for me. Guess which is the best value. Which of these 8 cards would be the highest value? I will go through them again for you guys. I would like for my viewers to play a little bit with me. So tell me which of these 8 cards have the highest value. I can tell you that most of them aren't even worth an euro. But there is one, or I will say 2 cards that are worth something. One of them is like, was it around 10 euros? Maybe even more euros. And it has a different reasoning for why it has that value. So, it doesn't matter if you never played it. You just have to guess. Just for a little... I get you, Agron. Don't worry. I get you. I get you. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm also not playing it anymore. I'm just planning to sell them at some point. But I can tell you, one of these cards has a value. I'm not even sure if a magic card would be that valuable. But okay, just give a guess, Agron. Do me the favor, just guess. Say one number, one between 8. And I will tell you why that one is the highest value. Why that card ordinary is the highest value. I'm even surprised. I didn't even notice it until I rechecked it when a friend and I were talking about these Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I was so surprised. You will say, hey, the Karibo. Sadly, that's one of the lowest ones. So, the card with the highest value from these 8 that I have right now opened is this dragon here. And I will show you in card market why that is. So, this one can be closed. So, I have to put it to Yu-Gi-Oh though. So, why is that one so important? For everyone watching this and looking about your Yu-Gi-Oh cards, well, I can just tell you, you should check the card again, because there are some different. I'm not sure if in Magic they have them and if they are the same in Magic, but yeah, the sad thing is that this card itself normally wouldn't be worth that much. Like, there are some valuable versions and some non-valuable versions, everyone has them, but the one I have right now, and I didn't notice until rechecking it, there are misprints. Do you see this? These cards can be misprinted. And the one I have, for example, is a misprint in foil. I have to check which one it was again from them, but I think it would be this one. It's the LOB. Yeah, here I have exactly that one. No, I don't have that one, huh? I have one of these misprints form with foil. And I was like, what? No way. And it is. It is the one with an SD dot. I have to check which one here. Misprints. There aren't many misprints apparently. Like, if we check here, how many misprints are available? Only 3, for example. Or whoops. No, that was a bit too far. Yeah, so misprints in Magic, I don't know if they're worth much. I really haven't seen any misprints being worth much. But here, in this form, for example, in this here, look at this. A misprint is already 730 worth. And if I go to one of the cards that I have with the in full version, like, it goes up. Well, my one is already not the best form anymore. I think it can still fetch up one of the highest price so far. Like, this is just crazy. That misprints are treated more valuable than the normal cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm not sure if it is in Magic the same. I haven't seen that one. Yeah, they're worth a little bit, okay? I know a person who built an entire deck. I would like to see a misprint in Magic. Maybe some creature that normally doesn't have haste already has haste or something like that. Would be funny. Would be funny.
Yeah. Well, I only have that one as a misprint. I haven't seen any of my other cards having a misprint, but I felt it like so funny that the misprint of this card is worth so much in comparison. Like just looking here at these cards, it's just like, who would even buy a misprint? I'm not even sure if my local game store that some of them might buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards would even buy the how do I say it? The Black Dragon SDJ. So like I don't know where the exact card I have is, because in the misprints they're like those two, and I have a foil one, so that's one that one is a little bit special, but I don't see the card right now. Very very saddening. But it's whatever. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's over for me. That's why I'm trying to sell my stuff now. Hope it will. I will get to sell it soon. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sorry, you're not for me. Now that I'm looking at this, what is this? There are World of Warcraft TCG cards? Oh my god! How many TCGs are there? I hear it also from a friend of mine that that Star Wars or something. It's crazy. So I checked Magic, One Piece, Lorcana, and Yu-Gi-Oh! I checked these four, but they're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14! 14 more to check for me. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, that's a funny misprint. A card getting cheaper in Magic the Gathering. I would like. Let's check it. MTG misprints. Let me just check it. I'm very very curious. Are there? There it doesn't show the value of them, but here it shows what for misprints can happen. Interesting form of misprints that they have. More than 2 cards. Okay. What is this? What happened here? On that card. That poor card. There are really a ton of misprints. Oh, what the heck? On a foil card. Oh, that must feel sad, having a foil card and then such a misprint on the other side. Let me now check the value of the misprints. Value? Doesn't seem like they're worth that much more than the others, from what I see. Like, I can imagine that some of them are expensive, but I am not sure. Might have to get a packing soon. To going to Frenzy tonight with some of the boys. Oh well, have very much fun. I'm also gonna be ending the stream soon, anyways. I'm planning to stop streaming 16 o'clock normally. So yeah. It depends on the misprints, but in Yu-Gi-Oh! Misprints are definitely worth more than the normal ones. I'm surprised why that is so, and who is even gonna purchase them. Collective value I can understand from misprints, but that's about it. Like, I feel it's funny that there's a red-eyed blue dragon or a name on a black dragon. But that was like the misprint I have. But yeah. Alright, guys. Then again, I think
it was a good point. I think we will stop here. For everyone who joined the stream today, just now, please wait for a second. I will give one last message. Agron here is very interested next week to have a chance on winning a card, but that doesn't mean he is the only one. Everyone who is here today, meet me next week. I will check some links about the spell table, and next week there will be a commander game of 4. The first 4 persons to be there on 11:30 will have a chance to fight against me and some of the rest of the gods, the people that appear, and everyone who wins one commander round per game we play. Let's see how many we will be able to do on next Sunday. They will be able to gain a card from me. The card in question is currently Cory Steelcutter. On the other side, Agron said, after checking through some of the special cards we had, that he was very interested in some of the enchantment cards that I have, which I am fine to give him if he deserves them. So, get your decks ready. The only decks, commander decks that are not allowed are CEDH. So get your bracket from 1 to 4 ready. We will all try to play on the same bracket. Okay, sorry, 2 to 4, because I don't have a bracket 1 deck. I'm sorry. 2 to 4 bracket deck. Get ready and play to play with me and Agron on some spell table. Try to get a chance to get a card. Maybe Cory Steelcutter in foil in extended art. And else, everyone, thank you for being there. Today was especially fun. I've been missing viewers that are so interactive with me. Let's meet you all next week, Sunday, 11:30. Unless I have some other messages that I put on YouTube as a post that it will be delayed or schedule-wise delayed. 11:30 next week. I would be very glad to see you there. Thanks everyone. It was very fun today. See you next week. And hopefully I see you next week too, Agron. See you guys.